Hello.
We're back.
You gotta turn your sound down. You probably maybe I'm getting that feedback on you.
Yeah. How about now?
You gotta turn your sound yeah, down. You that's better. Maybe I'm getting that feedback now you get
Oh,
feedback
okay,
from
that
me.
might be you.
Now you getting feedback from me. Don't blame me. All right.
I'm blaming you. I'm blaming you. Got all that stuff in the background.
This how we start. This how we start our 2 o'clock show. Y'all just have to deal. Okay. All right. All right. So 2 o'clock show. Howie Lennox. Let me share my screen. I am Tam, the
I'm
person
D.
to the other side of me. I guess if I'm looking at the screen, it's D,
It's the
right?
other way.
That way. It's that
Yeah.
way. Yeah, that way. Yeah, it's D.
Me. D.
Yeah. All right. So, Howie Lennox. This show is basically about the touch points, kind of similar to stocks and jobs, but not really because I don't go over any stocks or any investments or anything of that nature. Here we're just talking about what's going on with Linux in terms of the touch points, um, the growth of it, uh, how you can get into it, um, whatever whatever however you want to break that down, right? Um, I'm gonna do an opening, right, and then we're gonna talk about some stuff that happened this week. And then we'll get into what I want to talk about, and then I'll wait and see if our hold on, let me see. I'm getting a message now.
Oh,
Um,
and just a sidebar. We had some technical difficulties in our first stream, so we might have one. Hopefully not. Fingers crossed for this stream. But if we do start to kind of go in and out, just please be patient with us. I will try to get us back up and rocking as soon as possible. That's my goal. So we were just down for a couple of maybe 2-3 minutes, and
hold on, let
we're
me.
back up.
Am I on your stream? Yeah, I'm on
Are
mine.
you on my what?
Oh no, I'm not on your Wi-Fi.
Okay, let
All
me
right.
turn it off to make sure, so
Yeah, I'm not.
we can work out anything right now.
All right, so if you don't know who we are, we're Women in Linux. You can reach us everything on social media, Women in Linux. I'll make the screen bigger here. I don't like to though because I have the click and so forth. But anyway, you can hit us up on womeninlinux.org if you want to connect with us through social media. And this is why I don't like doing that because it takes over the whole screen. You can hit us on Slack. Here, you sign up with your email address, then boom, you'll hit our Slack information. And if you would like to shop with us, we know you like our merch. We know you want to buy something for a kid. We already know, so we got you. We also know that like they say, winter is coming. Get a sweatshirt. Get a hat. You know what we don't have on here is gloves or a scarf. That's what we need, gloves and a scarf. That'd be cool. Women in linen scarf. That'd be dope. All right, and a pillow for those that that need an extra pillow. All right, and then finally, and last but not least, if you are wondering, I'm getting feedback. I want wondering how to donate with us. You can donate with your time. You can also donate by going to PayPal. That with the link here, and then all proceeds go to us. It does not uh go to PayPal themselves. Why? Because we're a nonprofit, part of the Giving Fund. Appreciate it. Thank you. And last but not least, if you don't like to do any of that, if you were like, hey, I want to give, you can always click on a super chat or super sticker, and you can now send us proceeds directly to us through there. We appreciate you, and also we just want to show love. I'm getting feedback. We also want to show love by letting everybody know we appreciate you. So I do that by shouting out everyone that I see. Natanya Moore, good. You got your sweatshirt and your cup. You in? I see that. Natanya, Tammy, you got your cup and your sweatshirt this week. That's awesome. Monica, how you doing? G for life. Thanks. Welcome back. Welcome back, Natasha P. Also, Coda Evelyn. Wait, man, you own it today. You own it today. Welcome, 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 welcome. Robert Anderson, C. Casey, welcome. Professor Black Ops, what's up? How you doing? Appreciate you all supporting us and for coming out and welcome. We do have our guest here, but let's do a quick recap while he gets everything he needs ready to go. I'm super 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 excited about this young fella coming up and talking to us today. I'm telling you, we have nothing but jam packed sessions. Who's all drop a one if you was with us on Thursday for the live stream? Drop a one. I know you like that live stream on Thursday where we talked about Red Hat and we talked about just the touch points of Red Hat, where they're at, what's going on, and so forth. How to get in, basically what it's like. We kept it 1,000 with you. Like, what is it like to be inside of the tech industry and you walk into the room and you're the only one in the space, right? Where you're the only one in the room, why we don't speak to each other at conferences, right? What is that about? Why is it that we go to conferences and we see each other and we speed past each other, but we'll talk to everybody else? I personally don't do that. That's why I don't make it to some of the tracks. Because I probably
Because we were in the hallway networking.
I'm in the hallway networking and somebody stopped me and they want something or they've seen me give a talk and they're like, man, I just wanted to talk to you, just wanted to rock with you. Let me tell you this, and this is not from my own perspective. This is from a perspective of me watching other people, right? You think that entertainers have groupies? There are groupies in tech. Let me tell you, that's a whole nother topic. That's a whole nother story. We can talk about that. But they are out here. All right, so let's bring him on. But come on, bring him on the stage, D. Let's bring him
Coming
on.
up to stage.
Coming to
Coming
the stage.
up to stage.
Coming to the stage. What's going
Hey,
on?
Steve.
Coming to the stage. What's going on, Steve?
How's
It's
it
been
going?
so long.
Yeah,
I
it's been a
know,
while.
man. It's been a long time. It's been years.
It's been a
Yeah, it's
minute.
been years. It's
It's
been
been
like
Yeah.
years.
how many years?
It's been years since you've been on, but we got a chance to connect in Minnesota.
Right.
We got a chance
And
to connect. Yep,
and in Austin
and in Austin.
at
Yep, we got a chance to
Opcon. So
connect there. So you blame the pandemic on this one. Blame the pandemic on this. Okay.
We are.
All right. So those who don't know, Steve Buchanan, I don't have all your books up in front of me that you have written. I'm gonna let you do all your accolades and so forth. But I'm gonna give you your flowers of an art interaction. All right. Steve, if you all don't know about Blacks in Technology, actually is a foundation now. Started out with a Slack group, kind of like how we started with a Slack group and moved over into a nonprofit. However, in these interactions in Bit, we have formed like, hey, how do I use Terraform and JQ to get these things, or how do I build out my infrastructure? What am I looking at when I'm looking at X, Y, and Z? I remember when Steve came to me and said, he's like, should I really be learning Terraform or console or these hashy tools? I'm like, yeah, to keep it agnostic, kind of get you to go a long way at this point, right?
right.
So, and over time, I also started looking at authors who uh, were black and had created books. That was one of my things. Like for
Technical
me,
books.
they're
You
technical
wanted
books.
black technical book
It was
authors.
it was just one of my things. So I'd start doing my research. Steve came up, and then we just started forming a friendship out of that. So Steve, that's the non-technical background of you per se. Give them who you are, what you have written, and what you do every day.
Yeah. And I want to give you your flowers before I go into my intro. Like, we've known each other for years now.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a long time actually. And
Right.
I remember we started interacting because you were looking for black authors of technical books, and then you know, you're just a genius when it comes to all the open source stuff. So you've been my go-to.
I
Like, hey,
appreciate you.
what's up with this HashiCorp thing? What's up with that thing?
Right,
And yeah, it's just been great interacting with you over the years and friendship and seeing you at conferences and stuff. And
right,
I'm hoping to get back to that soon. But
right. We'll see.
so my background, I've been a Microsoft MVP for 10 years. I'm in my 10th year, and I've authored 8 books. I have my 8th book will be coming out pretty soon. They've been on a range of topics from like System Center products to more recently like Azure and then Kubernetes, especially in the Microsoft space. And so I've done that. I've presented all over the place, presented in Europe. I present at user groups all the time. I presented at like OSCON, Microsoft Ignite, DevOps Days recently, and just all over. And recently, I've been presenting at user groups across different countries in Africa, like Ghana, Nigeria. I'm supposed to be doing some stuff in Kenya pretty soon, and then presented recently, actually this week, to an Azure user group in Jamaica. So I just do a ton of stuff in the tech space outside of just working full time. And then I'm a Pluralsight author. So I got like 10 courses out there. Go check those out. They range from GitOps and Kubernetes related to a bunch of stuff on Azure. So be sure to check those out.
Now, when you say all of that, man, you gotta just bow down, right? Because that's a lot, right? So let's back up. What is a Microsoft MVP?
Yeah, good question. So, like, most of the major software vendors at this point have like MVP programs, or like Cisco has a champion program where you can become a Cisco champion. I think even AWS has one now, a program, and HashiCorp has one actually, HashiCorp ambassadors. And so with Microsoft, their MVP program, and it's been around for a super long time, right? I think all the way back to like Windows 3.1 or something. There are some MVPs that have been in there for a long time. And what it is you get awarded an MVP in a specific category. And so, like, I'm an MVP in Azure, but before I was an MVP in the cloud and data center space. And so that really meant that I focused on System Center. And what happens when you get awarded? So it's not like a certification. You can't take a test. You get awarded. It happens annually, so you're not guaranteed to get back in, right? You get evaluated every year, and once you're in, you get a bunch of perks. The one I like the most is the relationships and the friendships. So you get to meet the product groups. Those are the folks that are, building the software, or they're building out Azure and different services in the cloud. You actually get to go to Microsoft headquarters usually once a year, and meet with them, like sit in a room, not with thousands of people, but there might be like 30 of us, sometimes less, and the product group. And we're just like talking openly. We get to learn about stuff that's coming. We get to give direct feedback and build friendships with a lot of those folks. And you get to meet MVPs from all over the world too. So I have friends all over
Right,
Australia, tons of places in Europe, Asia, like everywhere, right?
right.
Brazil. And so the relationships are amazing. And then there's other perks too, like you get some Azure credit. So I got my own personal playground, which is hard to come by.
Right.
Uh, and just, you get that award and kind of that prestige every year, being an expert in your space and being recognized for that. It also has benefits to your career too.
Right.
It's
Of
like,
course.
yeah. So I authored my first book, and then shortly after got awarded MVP status, and just like that stuff catapulted my career,
Right.
right?
Right. And then not only that, kind of ain't no kind of, you call your own shots of what you're willing to work on, or
Yeah.
what you're not willing to work on. Like you get a chance to focus for yourself, right? Not somebody telling you what you can focus on, but you focus for yourself. And
Yeah, 100%. So I'll give an example there. So I was internal IT, and I was an IT manager, and I started writing this book, right? And that was a total accident. It was like the publisher reached out to me because of my blog and said, "Hey, you want to write a book?" And it's like, sure. And so I started on that. I was internal IT, and then I like left that job and decided to try out consulting. And I'd never been in consulting before, so I'm like, I don't know, it was a little intimidating because people look at you as like an expert and stuff like that. But in that transition, I was coming from a company that did training on SharePoint. That's what we were known for, right? And there was a lot of SharePoint MVPs at that company. So I was transitioning out of that company into consulting. So the consulting company immediately was like, "Hey, let's put this guy on SharePoint projects." And I knew SharePoint, right? Because it was like I worked on SharePoint. I did a lot of stuff there. I knew it really, really well, but I did not want to build my career around SharePoint. I did not
exactly.
want to become a SharePoint SME for a number of different reasons. And like I had my eyes set on System Center. And so what happened is the leadership at this company, they're like, let's put this guy on SharePoint projects. And they did that. And I was on like maybe two projects. And then I got awarded MVP in System Center. And then it was like, we shouldn't have this guy do SharePoint projects. Like that doesn't make any sense, right?
Right.
And System Center is where I wanted to grow and where I wanted to
Hmm.
specialize. And so that aligned with what I wanted to do personally. And so getting that award and doing the things I did outside of work helped me in my work day to day.
Right.
Right. So yeah, spot on 100%.
Right. Now over this journey, you've written 8 books. Now I was thinking about a book, and I was like, I don't know, right? I don't know. So let me ask this, and then we'll get into the books. Are you writing the books by yourself, or are you co-authoring with people?
My first book I did by myself.
Okay.
That was 10 months of like staying up late, after my kids went to sleep, hammering out the chapters, doing labs, like hammering through the book. After
Hmm.
that, I was like, I will never do this by myself again. Like, this is crazy. Like, okay, I did it. I accomplished it. Great. Not doing that again. And another thing, too, like, you don't make a lot of money off the books, not
Right.
off technical books. If you wrote something that's like, bestseller, or you're the author of like
I,
Harry
I
Potter
call
books
I
or
call I
something,
call these books you talking about. I call them, because my homegirl like to read them. I call them like any books that's dealing with succulent thighs or whatever.
yeah,
Like,
Romance. Romance books.
you never know. I might have a second career, maybe in that space. You never.
right,
Pseudonym, right.
I think those books make a lot more money,
right,
but yeah, you don't make a lot of money off tech books either. So I'm like, okay, I like this, but how can I make it more efficient? And yeah, I want to keep doing more. Like more publishing houses were interested in working with me, and I just saw what it did for my career too. So it's like, okay, I'll do some more. I didn't have a plan of how many I wanted to do or anything like that. It was just like the opportunity's there. I need to seize it, right, and keep doing it.
hmm,
But I was like, I'm gonna get some co-authors, or I'm gonna join some co-authoring teams, and
right,
you still get your name on the cover, you still get like all the credit, and you still have to put in your work.
right,
But it's the difference of doing like 4 or 5 chapters versus like 13 on your
right,
own, right?
right.
It makes a big difference, especially when you have some of these massive books like through Sam's
Hmm.
publishing, like Pearson. They really do these huge, massive books. And so the rest of my books have been with co-authors. Now, my latest book is with me and one other colleague. We're the main authors. His name is John Joyner. Shout out to him. Um, so we kind of trimmed it back a little bit. We do have one contributor, Fred Limmer, as well. And so, but we're keeping that team kind of small on this latest book.
Now, is your site still up on Bukatech? Is that still going?
Yeah, it's still out there. Um, Let me get you the About Me page.
Okay.
It should still be up. Yeah, it's up.
He's like, I ain't been there in a long time.
We are in IT, right? Stuff breaks,
Right,
so
right. Now with the rest of your books, while you're doing that, with the rest of with the rest of your books and your co-authors, what is your? Let's talk about what's your template for uh writing the book. Like what is that looking like for you, if it is one?
um so the publisher gives you templates, right?
Okay.
So in each publisher is different. They have like different templates, sometimes they have different tools. And so when you move from publisher to publisher, you have to kind of learn their templates, their flow.
Okay.
It changes a little bit from publisher to publisher.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have a template per se myself, but I do have like I'll create an outline and dive in and kind of take the same approach,
Mm-hmm.
just to make it easier for myself. And usually, like the publishers appreciate that, and I'm just coming at it from an organized way right from the get go. Like whether I'm bringing the idea to them, like, hey, I want to write this book, or they approach me and they're like, hey, we want to publish on this topic. I can whip out a like an outline pretty quick. And
Got you.
so that helps. But once you actually start authoring, you're working in their tools, in their templates, and you're working with their teams. So you'll get like an editorial team. So if you're not a super grammar nerd or like
I'm
English major, right? You could
gonna
still
butcher the
publish.
words, man. I'm
Yeah,
butcher.
yeah. You gotta keep it. You gotta make it clean, right? Do the best you can, but you got an editorial team. They're gonna clean that up, and
Okay.
so you're publishing really good quality content.
Okay. And so that's I'm curious as is the editorial team technical, or they just know how to edit and are good with words. I'm curious about that because I think some things could probably get lost in translation
Yeah, that's a great
sometimes.
question. It's a combined team. So they have
Okay.
folks that like I've worked with folks that like have masters in English and stuff, and they're like butchering my content, right? And
I
I'm like,
said
man,
what I
I'm
said.
terrible. Yeah. But I'm like, man, I'm really bad at this.
All right.
So you get folks like that, and then you get folks that are technical that make sure the stuff you're putting in the book is technically sound and it's legit. And then usually uh, we'll bring on external technical people. And so, like, we might approach you and be like, hey, can you be a technical reviewer for this book? Sometimes you'll get paid, sometimes you won't. It depends on the publisher. Your name will be in the front of the book. You'll get to give a shout out, things like that. So you'll get credit, and you'll be a published technical reviewer.
Mm.
And then you come in. So, like, let's say if I wrote a book on Terraform, right, or
Hmm.
Consul or some other HashiCorp product, then I might approach you and be like, hey, can you be a technical reviewer on this? Make sure I'm not like putting some pie in the sky stuff in this book, right?
Right.
And then you would come in, and after my chapters are done, you would review those chapters. So you give feedback, and then any feedback you give, I go correct it, or we talk about it, and I'll explain like why I wrote something. So it's a pretty
Intense.
intense process. Writing the actual content is just one part of it, and then a lot of times I'll do labs. Like even if I work with the technology day to day on my job, I'll still go through labs because I need to grab screenshots or get the step by step, and make
That's
sure
the
that
hard part.
yeah. So it's a lot of work.
That's the
But
hard part.
so
Now,
for anybody
go ahead.
that's interested in writing books, I would say, dive in, do it, but just realize like the benefits are not tangible. Like you're not going to get rich off writing these books, but it'll do wonders for your career
Indirectly.
indirectly. But
Mm,
and so you know monetarily you'll do really well, but it'll come in a roundabout way.
right, right. And that's why I tell everyone in our group, right, do the 5 minute uh uh lightning talk. Do a talk, come present at Women Linux, come and do a show, right, on a topic that you found, and let's talk about it and do because I tell people all the time, I'm like, Women in Linux doesn't pay my bills, but it pays my bills. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Indirectly. Because now when someone is asking about, well, what do you do for open source? Because a lot of people ask this question, what are you doing open source? Well, I give back like this. This is my give back to open source, right? Right.
Yeah.
I'm not doing a pull request on a particular project, but this is my contribution back to open source, right? And there's so many different ways to contribute back to open source. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're a part of a particular project, but you may talk about it, you may vlog about it, you may talk about the product and the direction that the product is going in, or give an example of how to use it in a day-to-day or in your lab or in your home environment or what have you, right? There's just so many different ways that you create a future for yourself, and this is just one of those ways.
Yeah, definitely. And like, you know, I always say be a creator, not just a consumer, and
Hmm.
like contribute to this pool of knowledge, to this pool of content that we have in technology. And like I know you served on some boards of
Yeah.
big conferences and stuff too. I mean, you can do that, right? You
Right.
can volunteer at a conference. There's so many different avenues to contribute,
Right.
and it's fun. You meet people. You do a lot of great things, like
Right.
the Blacks in Technology conference. Like,
Right. That's coming up in a couple of days. So I'm
yeah,
so I'm presenting me. Let's see. We switch that up. Greg and I, and
to Greg.
yeah,
Yeah,
Greg, Michael Jenkins. No, it won't be.
like,
I think Greg. I think Greg coming on too. I think he may be on that panel too. But we're gonna talk about how social media has helped our careers and how to get started and what does that look like, the time, the hours, the chopping up videos, the technical difficulties, how you get around that, all those things, right? But most important is the consistency that you have to have, right?
yeah,
You can't have like a whole bad 6 months and then like, oh, we back. You can't do that, right? You got to be consistent. And I mean, and we fell off on our podcast like big time, but we're over here now, so it
I
is
was
what it
loving
is.
that podcast too. Like some great topics, great guests,
And
and
we got to get back to it, but it is not necessarily finding the time. It's for me, I'm still focused on that CTO at a company, but I mean, really, the answer is if we're not creating companies, we're not going to have CTOs. That's
right,
really what it comes down to, right? Because a lot of these CTOs are getting put into place because that person had the money. They don't have the technical chops. They just had the money to fund the CEO's idea, and then was able to know how to go get funding, but they may not know how to do anything, right? And so
right.
they're just like, well, for us to qualify, I need you to be the CTO, and I need this person to do X, Y, and Z, and you're just there in terms of financial person. Then once they find a CTO, they'll move them out of that position and move them over to maybe like a CFO or something of that nature. But just to start, that's really how I've seen a lot of companies just become that. Like I'll talk to people and ask them, how did you become a CTO? Or like, what was your technical background? I'm like, I don't have no technical background. I just had the money, right?
And that, you know, I think you bring up a good point. Like for those of us that are working in tech, right? Some really good salaries, some really good bonuses,
Hmm.
really good compensation. It's important to invest,
Right.
whether that's through stocks, whether it's through investing in startups, either your own or maybe others, you
Yep.
know, put some of that money away and get that ready to invest.
Right. And
Those
that's what
things
we
are
that's what
important.
we just talked about on tech stocks and jobs, right?
Yeah.
What companies, especially today, my focus was on quantum computing, and what does that look like with the new IPO with IONQ?
Mhm.
They just IPO'd. IBM has their stuff, but what does that look like with investing into stocks? Like I always say, you make all this money in tech, and when I say all this money, I'm not talking about, and I'm not shunning anybody. I'm not talking about the 75,000. I'm talking about, let's push us up. My goal, Steve, this is my goal, and I hope you can help me with my goal. My goal is to make sure everybody gets not get in, but at least works towards getting to the 200K mark.
Yeah.
And the reason why I chose 200K is because from the IRS standpoint, you become the accredited investor. So
Mhm.
now instead of waiting for companies to IPO, you can now be in part in investment groups and then start putting, your 5% or your 2% or whatever the case may be for the initial investment to start, right? So that's why I push that, not because it's this magical number that just gonna is open up this world, but there is a reason for that.
But it does open up a world, right? And it helps you kind of go to that next level. It brings you to the table where you might not be if you're not at that number. Opens up a lot of other opportunities when you can qualify as an accredited investor. So, spot on there.
Right.
Also, I would say, make sure you're doing your research before you just jump in and start investing. Like investopedia.com, great
Yep.
website, just a huge amount of information, and they have a great YouTube channel too, right? So
Hmm.
do your research and before you just dive into like investing. And
Right.
it's good to like I know there's a lot of people selling courses and stuff right now,
Yeah, yeah. Like
but
you saw the black guy made $1 million, right?
I see it all the time, right? Which is great. It's phenomenal. Love to see that stuff. At the same time, like a lot of this information that's being sold is out there for free,
Right.
right? And honestly, it's been in books forever.
Right.
You can go to the library, old school, like go get a book, check it out, learn about investing, or you could do the new way, right? Like
Right.
investopedia.com, and there's tons of other sites too. Jump on YouTube. There's tons of investing advice out there and stuff like that. Don't just like, oh, everyone's buying Dogecoin. Let me go buy some. Or
Right.
everyone's on Robinhood. Let me jump on that platform and jump in on this retail investor thing. Like, do your due diligence. There are many broker firms where you can open accounts and start investing. They might have lower fees. They might, have better
Hmm.
charts, platforms, and stuff. And you know, I see people like jumping into options and trying to do shorts and people talking about
I keep it
forex.
simple.
Yeah, keep it simple. Do your research. Like, educate yourself. Right.
Right. And
So,
and do you bring up the screen because we were talking about the accredited investors. This is where I get this from. Again, I use Investopedia all
there
the
you go.
time.
Yeah.
Right here. Rule 501, Regulation D of the Security Acts of 1933. Simply put, the SEC defines an accredited investor through the confines of income, net worth in two ways. A natural person with income exceeding 200,000 in each of the two most recent years, or joint income of a spouse exceeding 300,000 for those years, a reasonable expectation of the same income level in the current year. And it says a natural person who has an individual net worth or joint net worth with a person that exceeds $1 million. I think this is reachable.
It is reachable. I think there's something else critical on here. It talks
Right.
about net worth, right?
Right.
And so, you might be making 200, you might be making 300. But if you're living paycheck to paycheck, if your
Yep.
net worth is not, like a million, if it's not, if it's not in a healthy spot, you might need to clean that up.
Right.
You know, just because you're making 200, if your paycheck to paycheck, it might not be the right time to like try to
Right.
carve some of that off and invest that, especially if it's something risky, right? Like I see a lot of people investing in crypto right now, and I'm in there. I love
Hmm.
it. It's like
Hmm.
a roller coaster though.
Right.
Just to
A
just
big
to be
roller coaster, a big
just,
drop.
yeah, just to be straight up, like you might make 10 grand and lose that 10 grand just as fast as you make it, right?
Right.
You got to have the stomach to ride that stuff out for the long term. You got to have a strategy. You should be doing research. Like,
Hmm.
don't just buy what you see is popular on Twitter. Like, do some research,
Now, did
right?
you get into helium?
Nope.
You didn't get into helium. You just stuck with Ethereum,
I'm at
Chainlink.
Ethereum, Bitcoin, Cardano, and I have some other things too, Litecoin. I have like a spread, but uh,
Hmm.
my long term play is Ethereum. I think long
Gotcha.
term, that's where it's going to be at. But also like I didn't go crazy with the crypto, right? I'm in there, but stocks, like, and honestly, like crypto is sexy right now, and stocks is like, oh, that's just that's like, oh, boring stuff, right? But
Hmm.
the reality is, even if our currency went all the way to crypto, even if it all went digital, these companies will still exist. Their stock
Hmm.
still has a lot of value,
Right.
right?
Right.
So continue to invest in stocks, and I'll have days where I make more money on stocks than I do on crypto. And then I'll
Hmm.
have other days where I make more money on crypto than I do on the stocks. And I'll have days where they both do good. And I'll have days like this past September where like everything's doing bad, right? But
Hmm.
you just have to ride that stuff out. But there's other strategies too, like growth, stocks, and then dividends. I love
Right.
dividend stocks. Like
Dividends are great. I just got my Nike dividend.
there you go. So like if you can load up on those, like that's
Right.
great.
Nike,
And
Microsoft.
yeah, Microsoft, my goodness. If you okay, so at the beginning of the pandemic, like when everything crashed, Microsoft stock was down to like in the 140s, 150.
Hmm.
If you jumped in and bought it at that point, you're doing
Yeah,
great.
I think my return at on Microsoft. I tell you, is on my phone. I can tell you. Hold on, let me get to it. Let me get to it. Let me tell you what my Microsoft was looking like I was like Microsoft, look at you looking like a champion.
Yeah,
Hold
they
on.
really went from just like stagnant for many, many years, right? To like a lot of growth when Satya stepped in and they really started to plug away at cloud. And
Mm-hmm. My return on Microsoft is 78.56%.
there you go.
That's my return on Microsoft. Fran B, thank you for for this. I was going to say Cash App. Thank you for your super chat.
Now compare that with like crypto, right? So if you diversify and kind of spread it around, I mean, listen to that return on Microsoft.
Hmm. Right. And
Like that's phenomenal.
that's why I like the ETFs, because like for
Oh,
some
I love
people,
ETFs.
yeah, some people they like, I don't want to be in all of that. Like I've been rolling with BOTZ. I'm waiting them out. They're AI and ML ETF, and they
I
got
will
some
check
nice
them
holdings.
out.
Oh yeah, check them out. So I've
Send
been
me that ticker because I'm gonna go back and rewatch this.
it's just I'll send it to you now. It's
Okay.
BOTZ.
All right, I'm gonna
BOTZ.
check that out. There's
Yep.
a ETF that I got into pretty early. It's called Cloud. Right up my alley.
We'll go
it's a
check that one out right
it's a
now.
it's a cloud ETF, and it hasn't been going gangbusters, but it's been climbing steadily, and like my entry point is it's just done phenomenal for me, and You know, that ETF has a really good spread. They own stock in like Microsoft, Amazon, Netflix, ServiceNow, you name it. They're they're
Mm,
in there. Shopify. So yeah, I love ETFs because with the ETFs you can get like, you know, you can get a little bit of the whole pie,
right,
but it's, you know, usually lower fees and stuff like that, and you can sell it instantly when you need to, as
right.
opposed to like mutual funds and stuff. So
You can have your money when you need it
yeah.
and not have to worry about it. I'm super huge with that. Now, on your now speaking of your investments, right? And I know you make a significant investment into yourself, but I heard you mention earlier about going to Africa and so forth. How did that come about? Is that part of being the MVP and the connections there, or someone's reading your book? Like, how did that come about to start going into Africa?
So I haven't been to Africa yet, but
Oh,
it's
good.
on the list. And like after things,
I thought I missed the gravy train.
yeah. No, I've been presenting to a lot of user groups, and I presented at to a university in Lagos.
Mm,
And I've just been making connections in multiple countries over in Africa: Ethiopia, Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, and I'm just going to continue to expand that. But
got you.
the idea is that I personally believe like Africa is next on the world stage when it comes to
Mm-hmm.
like emerging tech and other emerging markets. If you look at Africa, there's a huge pool of talent, a huge pool of young people that are ambitious, that are hungry. I mean, there's two entrepreneurs out of Nigeria that made a mobile payment system and sold it for millions, right, to a company or venture capitalists in Silicon Valley over in San Francisco. You know, Africa is an untapped market in many ways, you know,
Mm-hmm.
like that mobile payment system. There's just a lot of stuff that's going to be coming out of Africa, and a lot of people that are doing great things in the tech space. And also, if you pay attention to like Microsoft, Facebook, Amazon, a lot of different companies are investing into Africa. They're opening, you know, like tech centers and different things over there. And, you know, someone, friend B27 just said, yeah, definitely moving into Africa. Hey, you know what? I think, you know, that is a move that a lot of people can make. Like move to Africa, great weather in a lot of places.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you know, it's I think Africa is up next, and
D
I
show the
just
show the page.
and there's a lot of people actually in the Azure space, so I just started connecting with folks over there, because they have user groups and stuff like. And me being mixed, like I have a lot of friends, you know, that are African here in the U.S. and friends
Mm-hmm.
that are over there. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm like, let me start making connections. And as soon as this COVID stuff like gets better, uh, I'm taking a trip.
I mean, China is already there.
China's been there. You know
Yep,
what? And
with the years.
a lot of wealthy people from the U.S. have been there too, investing. But
Mm-hmm.
you know, like those resources and stuff, resources are all have always been extracted out of Africa.
Yep.
It's I think a lot of people in Africa are keeping things there, and I just want to help support that.
Right. So
You
I
know,
had this link. This is one of the links that I talked about yesterday. Was the Facebook back to Africa subsea communication cable is set to be the world's longest, stretching 28,000 miles. All right, and this just goes back into that cable that I was talking about that was being dropped by the global infrastructure as part of that conversation. The to Africa subsea internet cable is to be extended about 8,000 kilometers. Facebook said today, and it is if completed, it will run from Europe around Africa to the Arabian Gulf, India, and Pakistan.
there
And
you
that
go.
it should be a diagram right here. Yep, right here that shows what that's going to look like, right? So we're talking about this cable that's running starting here around Africa all the way back up here to Great Britain right here. And how they're connecting that up. So again, you got crews. Remember now, this is probably more than likely fiberglass that's running around here to this. So that line has to be consistent. Now, what happens internally in these regions, I don't know. That's something else. That's another play for another day. But here, if you're on the outskirts, you at least are seeing what's coming. But I don't know why nothing was connected here. I don't know what happened here. If you look at that, there's no connection there. There's connection up here. So I don't know if you drop a line and then run back out to these locations. And up here too, the touch points up here, I'm not sure, but you can see the things that are lit up in the dark green are the ones that actually have get this actual link. So again, cable companies, Facebook, Netflix, and them going into these data centers. Hey, I'm gonna share this data center with you to get what I need to get to the people as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and if you think about that, like, so one of the roadblocks has been a lack of infrastructure. And
Mm-hmm.
so when mobile devices really took off, that really helped um, like a lot of young people get into developing for the mobile device and doing things on mobile devices. And like with the what you just showed, dropping the cable, you
Mm-hmm.
know, around, that's going to bring a lot of connectivity to all those countries.
Right.
And like there are some countries that have some infrastructure. There's like South Africa, and they have a lot of corporations and stuff. And then like there's stuff that's been happening in Ethiopia as well. There's actually
Mm-hmm.
some pretty good startups out of Ethiopia,
Yeah,
and
I've been seeing
Ghana.
those.
Ghana's had some great stuff going, and then of course Nigeria has just been, they've
Yeah,
been popping with a lot of stuff.
the
But this
billionaires.
this, this is going to open the floodgates for just more opportunity for people in Africa across many countries. Now there's a lot of other stuff that needs to happen too, but this is just the beginning. And
Mm-hmm.
so I think it makes sense to connect over there. Also, I shared some links. So a
Yep.
good friend of mine, Sam Ernskine, he's originally from Ghana, but now he's based in Europe. He's got and Kazim, another good friend of mine. Kazim is still based in Nigeria. He's in Lagos, and they have this AfricaTechTalks.com, and this YouTube channel. These guys have been doing a phenomenal job. They've just been highlighting, people in Africa that are doing things in the tech space, and people that are in the diaspora that are doing great things. Like I'm based in Minnesota, and we have the largest population of folks from Somalia here.
Okay.
And not a lot of folks know this, but we actually have a lot of people, a lot of Somalian people that are in tech that are doing big things.
Hmm.
Actually, one of the episodes that she had or that they have on their channel is with a woman, a friend of mine named Rukia, and she's been a software developer for a while. She's also a speaker and stuff too. She'd be great to have on your show, but
Okay.
um, like her, and then there's another guy named Hote. He's originally from Ethiopia, and he's been just crushing it in the tech space. Like
Gotcha.
he's a VP at a very large medical device organization, Fortune 500. He's a VP at another healthcare organization, and then he's been building some startups as well. He's got some really cool stuff. There's an episode where they talk with him as well, and
Gotcha.
so there's just a lot of stuff happening in the tech space in Africa, and I would definitely say for anyone watching, like plug in, tap in, plug in, uh, get involved.
Right.
There, opportunity is going to be coming from Africa. There's gonna be opportunities extending from Africa to the U.S. and other places, and then there's going to be opportunities in Africa.
Yep.
So.
Now, with that being said, uh, where do you see tech moving into? I've been talking about IoT devices, edge computing, AI, ML, fintech, quantum. Now that's from my side of the house. Let's hear from your side of the house and people you've been encountering, right? Because what I'm looking for is I always try to focus on stacking skills, like where you need to be grooming your skills at, so that you can have a long. I'm thinking long term, right? I always think long play. Whether you retire at 50 and then go do something else,
We retiring before 50. So
right.
I'm just putting that out there, but yeah, I love this topic. So I think for right now, like Kubernetes is really hot. Containers, of course, I've been in that space, living and breathing that space. It's going to continue to be hot. I think
Mhm.
at some point though, Kubernetes is going to become a commodity,
It is. It's already
right?
due.
It's already there. Like there are gaps, but um, at some point it's going to be a commodity. And so you need to always be a layer above
Yep.
where you're at, right? So with Kubernetes, like focus on the workloads that land on top of it, the ones that you're seeing a lot of. Focus on those, focus in the areas where it's complex, focus in the areas where it can't be easily automated, right? Focus on process. So when I decided to go from an IT generalist to a SME, I decided on System Center. The reason why was not because of the tech. The reason why was because of all the process that surrounded it, right? With System Center, it was based on ITIL. And so that ITIL process component side of it was important to me because it was like, well, if Microsoft kills this whole product suite, I don't really care. I'll just retool on something else, right? Dell had a whole product suite that did similar stuff. IBM, right? You just retool. So
Mm-hmm.
I kind of have the same mindset now where, focus around the process. I do a lot of stuff with GitOps,
Mm-hmm.
right? Which a lot of people think it's just centered around Kubernetes, but really it extends to any cloud native applications.
Right.
But again, there's a process, there's a methodology, there's a framework, there's an operating model. Now, as far as like, so when you're looking at new tech, don't just think about the tech, think about the stuff a layer above and what surrounds it to keep yourself nimble because things change all the time. And as far as what I'm seeing is like new tech, anything to do with ML, AI, I think AI is going to be massive. We're just scratching the surface. I love what I'm seeing in blockchain. I think with blockchain, and I'm talking beyond crypto, um, crypto is cool, that's fun and all that kind of stuff. I think there's things that are coming with blockchain that it's kind of hard to imagine right now, right? When we think about decentralized internet, or you think about uh, another version of DNS that lives on
Mm-hmm.
Ethereum that exists today, but is not widely used. I mean, can you imagine DNS being replaced? We
Right.
depend on DNS, right? And it's been around for
Everything.
so long. How can
Right.
you how can you replace DNS? Well, guess what? There's something that can. And it might. Who knows? We don't know. It's all about mass adoption. If mass adoption takes off, it will be replaced, right?
Mm-hmm.
Smart contracts,
Yep.
like the possibilities there. I've talked about this before, but like when I go buy or sell a car, why can't I have a smart contract instead of a title and have to go to the DMV? Like, let me just do a process on a blockchain, uh,
Right.
process that through a smart contract. It's in the blockchain, so that's tied to me. NFTs. I'm
Yep.
excited about NFTs,
I
and
am too.
not because it's the hot buzz and like all this crazy stuff right now, but I'm excited because of the possibilities of things that can come from NFTs, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're starting to converge uh the real world, like reality and the metaverse. And
Mm-hmm.
companies are seeing that and they're starting to take on. Like take, they're starting to pick up on that. My kids, you know, when you look at things like Roblox, by the way, I've invested in Roblox.
I did too. I
Uh,
invested.
when you look at like Roblox and what that means and things that might come in the future out of Roblox, and you look at, like, I think Netflix did a immersive experience in Roblox, right, around one of the
Hmm.
shows and stuff. Um, who was it? Gucci just did an immersive experience in Roblox, and they
Hmm.
actually made these handbags, these digital handbags that sold for like 4 grand a piece, and people actually bought them, right? Like, it's not even real. It's in the metaverse.
Right.
But now your avatar has this Gucci like handbag that
All
and
I think is Second Life.
yeah, it's like, yeah, the next level of like Second Life. But it's gonna be interesting. And Facebook is developing avatar world or application for meetings, right? You think about what COVID did. COVID made all companies, you know, have to go remote. And it was like, you either adapt or die,
Right. I've
right?
always had my idea for a meeting, of what that would look like. But in particularly, for interviews, right? I think we do a disservice when it comes to interviews. We can get rid of my name, we can get rid of my voice, we can just give you the facts, right? The facts are, this is the person's resume, and this is your job requirement. You interview and whatever else you need to do, but you never know who I am until we go into that, maybe that final discussion or whatnot. After you make the offer letter,
Yeah.
it's after you made the offer letter, and then we get the reveal, right? Kind of
Yeah.
like, almost like the gender reveal, if you want to look at it like that. But
Or that show, what, The Voice? What's
yep.
that show, like, you don't see the singer, like,
Yeah, yeah,
you know,
yeah, yeah. You don't see the singer. All you have is. I mean, for me, I think you get rid of the voice. You find something else. Something that's not going to scare people, that makes sense. But
right,
again, you get rid of the voice, because people try to tell, is that a man or a woman? I get confused on phone calls all the time. My mom has a deep voice. I have a deep voice. People like, Mr. Reed. So this is what we're trying to do, and I'm like,
right.
no, it's not Mr. Reed. Just have a deep voice. It is what it is. But whatever sell you is trying to make, you lost it. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. I just can't help it. I got a deep voice. That's what it is. I was born this way. My bad. But yeah, but I am with you. I'm so with you on the Hyperledger. I pulled up some of the things that you were talking about as far as GitOps. WeaveWorks did this talk at KubeCon, and at all the Chick-fil-A's that you go to, they have a Kubernetes cluster at the register of the Chick-fil-A's, to talk about how fast they get, how fast they get the fries done and out, how fast are they getting orders out, how many cars are coming through, what's the time on that, what's the time it takes to take an
Mhm.
order, and all
Mm.
that stuff. So they are always optimizing and looking for ways to speed up that time. So that's why you like to go to Chick-fil-A. You're like, oh yeah, I get great customer service and it's quick. They have
It is fast.
optimized.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have optimized that so much that now they know, like, okay, while you're in line, go ahead and take the order and get the credit card. So by the time you roll up there, I'm just repeating back what car you are and what I think you have, and here we are. Like, the food be out the window. Like, we got this ready for you. Just drive up, take it, and go, and shut up. Well, no, you don't need to check nothing. Check it up there. Check it up there. You
I
know.
didn't know that they have a Kubernetes cluster at all the
Yep.
registers. There,
Yep. And
there you go. That's a prime example. Target also has Kubernetes clusters in all their stores. Like,
okay. All
yeah,
right.
there's so many scenarios where it's, Kubernetes is just everywhere.
Right.
You talked about edge computing. There's another example. I think a merger of all these technologies, right? Like Kubernetes, edge computing, IoT, AI. You know, we think about robots. Right now, there's a shortage of workers all over the place.
All of them.
You know, companies, they've already been thinking about this, but I think it's speeding up. They're thinking about how can we handle this shortage and solve the problem through robots and AI.
Right.
I just seen a video where, you know, about the future of work where there was a
Yep.
robot, it was just an
The
arm.
3-part series.
Yep, and
Yep.
it was flipping burgers. Now you
Flipping
still need a
burgers.
human to put the burgers on the grill, but the robot's flipping the burgers, it's all timed and like you just like eliminated a job, right?
Right.
But but there's a shortage and like companies are moving towards this. So we as humans need to move to that next level. Like someone needs to be there to program that AI. Someone needs
Yep.
to be there to program those robots. You know,
Yep.
automated semis. It exists. It's already it's being used in some cities, but it
Mm-hmm.
just hasn't had mass adoption yet, but it's coming quick.
It's coming.
And
And
so
that 3-part series you was talking about is it's a PBS series.
yeah,
I mentioned it a couple of weeks ago. The future of work.
watch it.
I want to actually come and do a deep dive on that because when you look at that series, you're like, man, y'all better wake up.
Better wake up, like watch it. Like I watch that kind of stuff, right?
Mhm.
I'm all about like continuing to educate myself and staying ahead of the curve because you have to. Also, like my 14-year-old, he's in a game design class, and next semester he's doing intro to programming. He's also done some programming classes through like BDPA and
Mhm.
other like groups for youth,
Mhm.
and that's another topic, by the way. But if you think about that, he's 14. By the time he hits the workforce, he's already going to have those development skills.
Right.
And he chose those classes. I didn't choose them for him, right? Um, but those are some of the things that you're starting to get. And for anyone that might not be in a school district that has classes like that available, plug in, plug into organizations like BDPA. You know, if you're in Minnesota, plug into organizations like MN STEM Partners, MN STEM Partnership. Plug into there's a group out of Atlanta. I don't remember the name of it because I got connected through the BDPA, but two black guys. They run classes for youth on programming, various classes from Python to tons of other stuff, right? MN STEM Partnership, they do the same thing. They have free Python classes. BDPA right now is running free coding classes. So if your school district or whatever school your kids are in, if they don't have those classes, start to plug into these outside community
Mhm.
organizations. There's a lot of black people and there's a lot of other people that are, you know, out here trying to help the youth, skill the youth up for the future, get them ready. You know, and a
Yep.
lot of these things are free. Oh, that's so you just brought up another thing, IPFS, right?
Mhm.
Distributed web. That's another thing that's based on blockchain that might be coming, right? I mean, it exists. It's out there right now. If you scroll down on there, it talks about what it is, how it works. But instead of our websites being on a couple of
That's good.
servers or a few servers, basically websites run in a blockchain. And
Gotcha.
so if a government, you know, let's think about like if we lived in China, right? Or if we live somewhere else where, you know, they control that stuff. They if they don't like what you're putting out there, let's shut it down, right?
Mhm.
With IPFS, it's a lot harder to do because
Right.
it's not centralized. But and you talk about, you know, high availability, nothing political, just straight up high availability and different things. I mean, this could be a game changer,
Mhm.
right? And IPFS utilizes Ethereum based DNS,
Okay.
right? So um, it's it's just it's different. Um, and I think blockchain right now is where the internet was in the early 90s. We're going to see things invented by uh, creative creative folks that just don't exist today. We might see the merge of like AI using certain blockchain technologies to create new things, and it's going to be interesting. It's an exciting time to be a part of the tech space.
Yep. And I always tell people, when all else fails, if you don't want to do nothing else, if you don't want to learn all this new stuff, there's still going to be somebody in the data center slapping
Yeah,
these
yeah.
computers together.
Oh, that will never go away, right?
Infrastructure is
That will
never going
never go away.
anywhere.
It's
Like,
just it just will change, and
yep.
you have to be willing to change, but it's never going to go away.
Yep, we're gonna
And
always have these computers that's gonna connect up to create a cloud.
yep.
So you may not have, which I don't, which could be. I don't see you not having an HP or a Dell, or they get consumed by a Facebook or something like that. But people are always going to make hardware to run something on. Like it's just not going anywhere.
And you know what? Like early, like back in like 2009, like towards the end of 2008, like 2009, right? Cloud was like just kind of coming on the stage, and
Hmm.
AWS and smaller cloud providers and stuff like that. Azure wasn't really a player then. I did dabble with it, but
Hmm.
like, all right, I'm gonna put this to the side right now and come back to it when they get serious about it. Um, but like a lot of people in the tech space were afraid, like my job's gonna go away.
Right.
And you know, I was an IT manager at the time, so I had a team of
Hmm.
infrastructure people. We had some developers too, um, but like we started to dabble in cloud. Like we started to leverage EC2 instances. We
Right.
and we switched from that to another cloud provider. It didn't reduce anybody's workload. I would say it increased our workload
Right. Right.
because
Because now you got to worry about more things,
you
right?
got to worry about more things. And it's like if you go to if you do cloud, it's not like the CEO or the CTO or the accounting department or your sales teams are just going to manage the technology. Absolutely not.
Reporting
They still
increases.
are going to be calling you like, hey, I'm trying to do this thing, or we have this new initiative, like how can we do this, we need some stuff to power this, or the
Right.
developers are going to call you like, hey, we're building this thing and we need somewhere to host it or land it. Infrastructure people are still needed.
Right.
And I would argue like cloud, like infrastructure people are just as important in Azure and AWS and GCP as they were when you still had to physically go to a data center and freeze your tail off,
Right.
right? At that console, like doing stuff on the
It,
servers.
look, people don't understand sweat. They don't understand sweatshirt life.
Right, right.
Sweatshirt life,
Or the
earmuffs.
fans, yeah, the fans,
Yeah,
like
earmuffs. Look, they don't understand. You got on gloves going in. Like, I'm only gonna do 20 minutes and I'm coming right back out because I gotta
right,
warm back up and then go back in. So you went in with a purpose.
right.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, it's like 2 hours. You're still working on the
So you
problem
just
or
get
whatever.
used to it. Then you're like, man, I'm cold. And don't wear glasses like you and
Right,
I. It's a wrap. You walk in, your glasses fog up, you can't see nothing, so you got to stand there, got to wait for it, and you're like, man, I'm getting cold. So it's just a different type of life, right? Like, so I said this last night, I say it again, say it before. I think the DevSecOps is the old sysadmin. That's
yeah,
just how I
yeah,
look at that, right?
yeah.
Right,
Spot on.
right. But we're not taking a C7000 enclosure from HP or some blade chassis and slapping in storage and cable connecting fiber on the back end of
Or like
that.
doing punch downs.
punch downs. Yeah, we're not
Like,
doing all of
yeah,
that
I do
right
not
now.
miss that stuff.
Yeah, we're up a level, but still not too far away from uh an install, being able
Right,
to automate an install, understand what a kernel is, understand how operating
right,
systems work. We're still there. We still have our hands in the space, but we're not as like physical hardware hands
right.
on for some companies. Let me say that for some companies, because not everybody is in the cloud or is pushing their stuff to the cloud.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
is so
I
true.
I still get those calls. Like people will ask you, like, and there I got a call the other day, and they're like, "Do you know how to build out bare metal machines?" And I'm like, "What kind of question is that? Like, I don't even know why you asked me that." Yeah, like, yeah, but I forget. I don't want to say I'm a dinosaur. I'm just gonna say I'm an OG in the game. Uh, and so therefore, even when I went and interviewed at Bloomberg, one of the things they said, they were like, "Hey, we're tired of interviewing people who only understand cloud because all our stuff is not in the cloud.
Yeah,
We're talking about like how do you go to a machine and make sure that you kill a process or you move a process or an application to another machine." And so they were getting people to say, "Well, you just spin it back down." And but they like, "No, we can't spin nothing down, right? There's other things that's on here. It is a physical machine." And so they were like, it was hard for them to find talent that way. So there's still a lot of older companies that are looking for that talent that understands bare metal machines. And so that's why I try to implore in my group, please understand like what how to do a install on a physical machine, right? Just what
you
that looks
are
like.
you are hitting on a really good topic, and like, so this is an area where Microsoft really shines. And I'm working on a course right now for Pluralsight on Azure Arc enabled servers. And it's really extending cloud to your on-premises servers or your servers that are in other clouds. And like, Microsoft has, since the beginning of cloud, has been a big proponent of hybrid and extending to. I'm going to send you my Pluralsight author
And
profile.
you're more than welcome to share your screen if you want to. You
So you
don't
can
have to
see
say,
that.
if you want to get in there and share, you more than welcome.
Gotcha. But so like with like technologies like Azure Arc, right? Microsoft knows, and this I love that Microsoft is kind of taking this approach, and you've seen the other big players in the space like AWS and Google kind of follow suit after them. But Azure Arc, or with Microsoft, they know that these very large companies and even some smaller companies they have workloads on premises, and they will continue to have workloads on premises. They
Hmm.
might move some stuff to the cloud, or they might deploy some new stuff to the cloud, but they're still going to have some stuff on premises. And there's some things for compliance reasons or
Yep.
other reasons that will never go to a
Never.
cloud, never. And so they've been building, I'd argue, since the beginning, technologies that extend back to on premises. That way you can leverage and have the power of cloud, right? Through things like ARM and like
Hmm.
extreme automation, some of these cloud native management tools and stuff. You can have that stuff and use it on premises. I'm putting my Microsoft hat on right now, but there are things like Azure Policy. There's a robust update management tool. There's monitoring. There's security tools for servers and for Kubernetes clusters
Hmm.
that Microsoft developed, and they live in Azure. And these are tools where there's more development going into these tools, and they work really well. And companies want to leverage those tools but they want to leverage them on their on-premises systems.
Right.
There are companies, let's go back to Chick-fil-A. You mentioned that they have a Kubernetes cluster at all the registers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you have to centrally manage that,
Yep.
right? So you could use something like Azure Arc Enable Kubernetes to help manage that. There's other options, non-Microsoft as well, like Rancher, for
Yep.
example, to help manage that. And then you could use like GitOps to
Yep.
help manage those, to
And
make
that's
sure that your Kubernetes clusters are uniformed, right? There's
yep.
standards across all of them.
And that's what they use. They use GitOps to manage them across to have the uniform. So if I change from version 1.3 to version 2.3, they can do a blue green deployment.
There you
I
go.
even I asked them, in that particular talk, are they how they're leveraging Vault and how they're
Mm,
leveraging Vault for disaster recovery. Like, hey, you have a cluster that goes down at a store, and now what? Like, how are you managing that? Right? What's your disaster recovery plan for that? What's your backup plan for that? How do you come back up? Well, with the GitOps method, you can easily bring that back up. But at the time, they wasn't doing anything with their Vault cluster. He's like, we're working on that, and
uh,
he's like, and we're hiring for that. So let me know if you want a job on that, because that's something we're working towards, and we need to get that built out, right?
but
So,
there you go. Like you said it, DevOps, DevSecOps is the new sysadmin,
right,
and on premises is not going away.
right,
These bare metal machines and stuff, it's not 100% going away. It's all about like learning the new technologies and new ways of doing things and bringing that to on premises.
right.
Like they're using GitOps to manage basically on premises or edge compute
Mm-hmm.
Kubernetes clusters.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's huge.
Right.
And so it's just all about like retooling, but infrastructure people will never go away, and infrastructure
Right.
people are as critical to tech as developers. Same thing with PMs and BAs and stuff. Those
Mm-hmm.
people are in those roles and stuff. Agile coaches and stuff are as critical to tech as everyone else.
Yeah. And I was just thinking this morning about putting some stuff together about coaching versus mentorship, because I don't think people realize there's a distinct difference between having a mentor and then having someone coach you. And they're two different things, or two different philosophies, I should say, when you're looking at that. And it is also a career field to get into in
Yeah,
tech,
yeah, yeah,
right?
yep,
Right? So coaching agile teams and then mentoring someone or coaching someone is totally different. And people pay for people to come in and coach their team as well. And then the I don't want to say it's a new emerging, because it's been around. Product school has been around forever, but product managers,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
That's a whole new thing, right? That's different than project managers.
yep, yep.
Sounds the same, but it's not.
It's a
It's
discipline in itself, and like
right,
Microsoft has had them for a long time. Facebook has them. Google, like product managers are, they're all over the place.
right,
And the agile coaching, like I have a cousin who does extremely well with that. And I work in consulting, and we have agile coaches that go on projects.
right,
I mean, there's so many avenues in tech to build a career and do well.
right. So I got your Pluralsight up. So those that want to find Mr. Buchanan on Pluralsight, here's migrating SAP workloads. That was September
Oh,
20th. That just came out.
yeah.
Azure Arc, this is what you're getting started with Kubernetes. That's
Yep.
new. And design workload, support SAP workloads, and that's new. And here's your GitOps big picture. I have a Pluralsight account. I'm gonna go in here. Make
There's
sure I
even
give you some
stuff on
stars.
Heroku.
Yep.
You know, there's some amazing stuff you can do with Heroku.
Yep. I'm gonna go ahead and give you some stars.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
And those who got Fluid site, go in and give him some stars, man. Like make sure you we gotta big up our people, right? For content creators. Like again, when we talk about content creators, we come in so many facets, so many different ways when we're talking about content creators, right? So make sure y'all big them up while we can, all right?
And follow me on there. You'll get
Yep. Oh,
notifications
hold
when I
on.
release.
When I log in, I follow you.
Yeah, definitely. I got stuff coming out on Azure Arc enabled servers. I'm starting a course
Oh,
on Argo CD.
you need to have them fix that. Look,
Oh yeah, that's Pluralsight.
yeah, you need to have them fix that.
Oh, okay. But I got a course coming out on Argo CD. So,
Okay.
I did the GitOps, the big picture. Argo CD is going to dive deeper into one of the GitOps operators. Uh,
Okay.
I'm going to do some stuff on Rancher. So, got a lot of stuff coming. And then the SAP on Azure stuff. So, SAP is extremely hard to get into, right? Because you have to have a license. It costs money to get involved. But people that are in that SAP space make a lot of money. Like there's some pretty big salaries, right? And so those SAP on Azure courses are a way to get exposure to it. And I also talk about some free ways that you can get some hands-on experience with SAP. And I have a
Okay.
blog out there on that too. But that's another good career field, right? And like if you get exposure to SAP on Azure, AWS has an SAP on AWS offering. So does GCP. All the big vendors and companies, when they adopt SAP, like their entire company depends on it. And it never goes away. SAP will be in there for like 30, 40 years. And so when you talk about like job security and making good salaries and stuff, it's a good field to be in. But just wanted to throw that out there.
Got you. Now, one of the other things that I have been exploring in my mind, and not in my mind, I actually brought this up, and I don't know if you're aware of this. Have you heard of the term sky computing?
No,
Okay.
but
So
you got me intrigued at this point. Like, I want to know more. Let's
so sky computing, the theory, there's a paper out about it. I'll bring it up. D, if you could drop the link, it's from last week's show on Howie Linux. If you go to that episode, but sky computing is kind of, to me, is this is how I look at it. It's like the Terraform for cloud computing. Basically, they want to abstract GCP, Azure, and pretty much any cloud, add in another layer where you don't know where that workload lands,
mm,
right? And so now it is now saying what basically what they're saying is I don't need to learn how Azure does it or GCP does it. I don't need to learn at the
mm,
CLI how that works, right? How to deploy from there. I'm just going to go over here. It's going to specify, the best location for that particular workload and then do my deployment. And all I
mm,
need to do is manage from this layer here and keep it pushing.
mm.
All right.
I
Go ahead.
I love the idea. Is sky computing a technology or is it a methodology or a framework?
So what I'm gathering for this, it is, to me, is just gonna be another tool on top where, on the back end of this, I got some type of API calls that I'm going into to
Mm,
do whatever. But I think the best way I've read, and I haven't read the white paper. It's a white paper on this, so when there's a white paper, there's already being research thrown
right.
in this, and you already know that somebody's going to come out with this. So this is just the making of an open source project that's going to come down the pipe. That's really what this is. But here's the paper right here. All right.
So as you were talking about sky computing,
Mm-hmm.
like some of the thoughts that came to my mind, I love the idea of it, and I
Mm-hmm.
think we need to go to that level. I think about Heroku,
Mm-hmm.
and like with Heroku, it's I don't know if you ever worked with it, but
Mm-hmm.
basically you build your app and it supports tons of languages, Go, PHP, Python, whatever. You build your app, you bring your app to it, you deploy it, it picks where to run it, how to run it, your load balancing, your high availability, all of that. Sets up DNS, it like does everything for you. I can get an app running on Heroku in like 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. And I think the major cloud providers, when you look at PaaS and what it is, that's the level they need to go to. But
Right.
like with Heroku, all that back end stuff is abstracted away from you.
Mm-hmm.
And then I look at GitOps and what GitOps can be, kind of at that next level, and it can do what Heroku does. It can do what this Sky Computing can do because as a developer, you just take your code, you put it in your Git repository, and let the GitOps operators and the processes that you set up, you just let it take care of everything else. So you could actually commit your code to a Git repository and let GitOps decide where it's going to deploy, right?
Right.
Whether that's AWS, whether that's GCP, whatever. You let Logic determine the best place
Right.
to run it. And so you don't actually need to learn any of the clouds. You don't even
Exactly.
care. You don't even
Exactly. You don't
like
even care. Right.
that's the next level. That's the next level of
Right.
all of this and the next level of like automation.
So one of the things it says Sky Computing is made up of three layers of compatibility, intercloud, and peering. So I'm peering probably some, I don't know, I don't want to call it a VPN connection because again, depending on how fast that speed is, just a peering into another cloud, just like you can do VPC peering, but now we're just peering into another cloud. What that looks like. So again, who's going to be the provider there? That says, somebody's gonna peer into this cloud
And
over
we
here,
we've
right?
done that on some projects. You
Right,
know, like with AWS, there's Direct Connect,
right.
and then on Azure, there's ExpressRoute.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can take those connections, right? Always on connections that live over MPLS, and you can bring them into an exchange.
Right,
And
right
the
now.
exchange does the connection between your direct connect and your express route. And now I can peer between a VNet in Azure and a VPC over in AWS. So I
I,
can talk between my workloads, I can move things around.
Aviatrix. That's what I was thinking.
Oh, okay.
Avi- Aviatrix. So Aviatrix allows you to deploy, um, you know, you're basically a transit VPC, uh,
Mm.
and then now I can also peer and punch into Azure, I'll have the same flow set up, and then I can do that. And it's Aviatrix. That's the company. That's the technology I was trying to think of that actually does that right here. Aviatrix.
So,
They're the
so
ones
one
that do
one
that's
thing
doing
that
that.
I haven't seen yet, and like everyone thought that Terraform was like gonna bring this promise to reality, right? Um,
Drop and drag.
yeah, like being able to code once and deploy it anywhere on any cloud. And it's you know this, but if you develop an infrastructure in Terraform
Mm-hmm.
or Azure, you can't just take that same code and those
Mm-hmm.
set of scripts and like point it at AWS or GCP and deploy. There's differences. Like you got to have a GCP provider, you got to have the AWS provider.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's differences, right? So you got to modify the code to be able to deploy across those. You're using the same language, you're using Terraform,
Yep.
but it's not a hey, this fits for everything. I haven't seen any tool yet beyond I really haven't seen anything that's made
All right.
that
So let me give you two things.
flawless.
let me give you two things. So when I went to Hashi conf in Amsterdam, I keynoted there. I was I was sitting down next to Armand at the table. We are getting ready to eat, and so he's like, "Tell
Okay.
me about your problems that you're having with our products. Let's get you in a room and talk to our people." Blah 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 blah. So I mentioned this. I said, I see where you're going with this, where you're going with the Terraform Cloud, and where you're going with X, Y, and Z. Here's my what I threw out to him. What I threw out to him was, if I'm a customer, right? And I want to use your platform. I want to go, I want to be able to go through and click through and say, I have this workload, I have this, I have that, I have that. It generates the actual scripts for me, because you then leverage from your Terraform Cloud things that people have used that have worked the best, because you can then optimize, use AI machine learning to
Mm,
optimize over that. You present to me the code to do it. I may change some names, right? Some variable names, and put in some keys and what have you, and then I deploy it. I don't waste my time writing the code, because
mm,
you already gave me the code, the optimization, and everything that I need for this particular workload for me to automatically deploy it. All I do as a company is worry about marketing, worry about sales. I then worry about, how do I chop this up so that the next person I may deploy on my platform or something like that, I can charge back to them. But you
mm,
already have that written in Terraform Cloud. I also have compliance and stuff already automated, because I said I want to be PCI DSS compliant. You deploy based upon that particular compliant code. I don't worry about that anymore. Basically, I'm automating me.
right.
I'm automating me, right? So that was something I pitched to him, and we got into it about, how does that look like for Vault and Console. How to build and scale that out, like coming the common workload, like how people are using it. We gathering that information, and now, based upon AI machine learning, we can then recognize and say, this is exactly how you need to do it, because
Mm,
we've seen those workloads, we know what that looks like, and we know that what that looks like over time, and we can recommend those things to you. And so the one question that you asked about was, you haven't seen this. So this particular company, the guys, he is I met him here in Tampa. It's called Refact R. They just recently got purchased. He is I think he's out of Seattle. But the DoD really liked their project. But basically, it's IT as code, but it's drop and drag.
mm.
Right. So basically, you drop and drag. Let me see if he's got it. Well, I guess the example is here.
And
I'm trying.
they look like they have a community edition, so you
Yeah.
can start working with it.
Right. So basically, it's a workflow too that you get a chance to
Mhm,
create for this. So now you're dropping and dragging what you want. Hey, I want a load balancer. I want this. I want that. I want this. I want that. And you put that in there, and they already have a pipeline built up for cybersecurity, for DevOps and stuff like that. It's really cool, guy. But this is what it looks like, right? This is like, hey, I'm
mhm,
dropping and dragging whatever I need. If I need to change a variable, I can go in and change a variable or whatnot, and go from there. So they just recently got purchased. The DoD, they won a $60 million contract from the DoD, because the DoD is like, how do we get our people tooled up, right? Again,
mm,
retool, skill stack. How do we do that without taking a whole lot of time? Because we don't have time. We need to get these things deployed now. I talk about this all the time with us. These government contracts. Don't get me started on the billions that's out there, that's sitting there. We're not in the pipeline for them. Don't get me started. But again, that I like this tool. There's another tool out there similar to this. They're eventually rolling. They'll probably eventually roll into AI and machine learning as well too with this,
Yeah.
and go from there. Because now you can say, well, again, what type of deployment have people done that really works best with what you see for the future. Here we already have a basically a run book, a templated run book that gets you at least the minimum of what you need, and if you need more you can add in more, and we got people to help you add that in, just a marketing sale type of thing, and then now you're on your way in a week. You don't have to go out and hire 15 people in order to get it done. You can hire 4 people and get it done.
Yeah, this looks amazing.
Yep. So those are the kind of things that I see coming in tech as far as automation, and how AI is going to shape, um and machine learning and quantum.
Oh
That's
yeah.
quantum computing is it, like I say this morning we talked about it. $728 million from investors this year for quantum computing. $8 billion for robotics this year for from investors for robotics. The combination of those two with robotics and quantum computing is super huge. AI and machine learning. That's just right now. Like you
Wow.
AI and machine
It,
learning is right now.
and you know what? As far as the robotics, like a lot of these organizations like BDPA, they have robotics like classes and training for youth for free.
Right.
So start to prepare
Yep.
uh, the youth
Yep.
now.
Yep. And you just wait till we start scratching the surface, and we're just now really starting to talk about it. With the Starlink satellites being launched
Oh
around.
yeah,
We're,
yeah.
we're just now starting to
I
talk
know
about
someone
that.
that just signed up for that service, so I'm waiting to see like hear back. He's actually based in Australia,
Okay.
but I'm waiting to hear back like how good it is and stuff because
Go
I'm in,
check out Jeff Geerling. He did I'll pull him up. He did a talk on it. He installed it on his site. Is Jeff, I think Jeff spells his name Geff
yeah, okay.
Geerling. I think. Hold on. He's one of my I follow him on my YouTube channel.
Oh, does he do stuff on? I think I found him. He does stuff on Kubernetes. He's a software developer, like St. Louis.
Yeah. Yep, yep, yep.
Yeah. Okay, I found his site.
Yep. Jeff Geerling. Jeff. Let's see. Is it Jeff? Yeah, right here. Geerling. He did a Starlink install, and then he tested the Starlink setup. He had to put it on his roof and all the stuff that he had to do
Oh,
for
nice.
Starlink,
Yeah.
right?
So he got the whole. Okay, I'll check that out.
Yeah, check out what he did. See 2 months ago, how is it after 4 months of using Starlink? And the reason why I talk about that particular project a lot is because those little mini satellites that they launched, right? They launched 32,000 of them. They were Linux based satellites, and so now you got to think about the connection from there to here, and you also got to start thinking about how much data they're taking in and optimizing over that data to make sure you got the best link and
Mhm.
so forth and so on, right? So you
Mm.
gotta you gotta uh, uh, look at it from that perspective, and also look at the war that's about to be launched around, like who's spying on who on those satellites, the security around it, who's
Oh
knocking
yeah.
the satellites out of orbit. So it's just a
Space
whole,
Force.
yeah, space war, right? Space
Space
war and
Force.
space
There
junk.
you go. Like
Yeah, yeah.
that's why they launched Space Force. Like, yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. So,
Yeah,
um, man, there's just a lot of like exciting stuff
yeah, I'm
that's
excited. I'm excited. And
here that's coming.
if you got 10 minutes, I'm gonna try to stop. I'm trying to stop it, but I just want to check the live for the chats.
Oh
D
yeah,
drop the link. if
Yeah.
anybody want to come up, like we could go, we could talk. Like I say, everybody I talk to, we geeky nerds, but we're fun. But let us know. That's right. Lights are free. That's right. Lights are free. Get the lights up. Who else is putting out information like this consistently? I don't know, Robert. Man, I don't know. Did you get a chance to get his Pluralsight information? I think I still have it up. Steve Buchanan, check him out. Also, if you want, if it was a question I didn't ask, because we didn't really get into the tech per se. But again, I wanted to keep it where it was manageable for everybody to consume. Right. See, I seen it in text. No, not okay. Mainframe. What you say? I used to put tapes in IBM mainframe in 1988. The 80s were suits. Yep. But mainframe is still around. It's still around. Like people still using mainframe. IBM has their thing. What's going on, Professor Black?
You know how to come back out here. Y'all just giving so much game out today. Y'all made an old guy get excited, man. I'm like, I'm gonna have to get to learning up here. But shout out. I was doing tapes in 1988 when the room was 32 and you actually had to put a suit and tie on. So y'all dudes are young. So that's all I'm saying, man. Y'all gave it up.
I remember tapes. Oh man, I do not want to see one of those tapes ever again. Like
one guy, I love him. One of my young guys said, "Hey, you must be the Moses of computers, man." I never even seen it because I showed a picture of it. So.
We appreciate you for coming up, talking, hanging out with us, spreading the word.
Oh yeah, I'm sending a lot of people your way because y'all giving the Cuban game Starlinks. I'm like, man, I was Googling so much. I'm like, man, I got 35 years in the game and I'm behind. I got to catch up, man. I gave out a lot of game today. I got the PBO special up. I got to watch this. I'm behind, so I got to look through things. So, just keep doing what y'all doing. I'm sending people your way, and he brought up something nice. I hope my room's not echoing this. People who write books, managers, I'll make them a SME. I know two guys not like you didn't know shit about Linux, and people think they're a Linux expert because they co-author the book. I'm like, them dudes can barely CD out of a directory.
I hope that changed now.
But DOD, like you said, I worked at DOD for them. They're always behind it. Like she said, they're always trying to catch up. So they're starving for talent because I worked there for 10 years as a consultant, and I left and almost doubled my salary.
Oh,
So,
you don't know how many people I tried to pull out of the DOD from the perspective of, look, okay, you've done your time there. You've been able to skill stack for free.
Right.
For free.
You get comfortable though. You get real comfortable. Because I ain't gonna say nothing, but I was wasting taxpayer dollars. That's all I'm gonna say. I was wasting taxpayer dollars.
I've done some projects for government. I've seen it. Coming from the private sector into that, I'm like moving super fast, and they're like, slow down.
Right. Hey man, we getting ready to go to lunch.
Facts.
Yeah.
The other part that he said, I think people missing though too is, and I write this a lot on my channel, is DOD has probably 10% of the people brilliant, 80% of those people just normal. They're not like super duper. Oh, you worked at DOD? I'm like, dude, those are normal people. And 20% of the people got hired because they knew somebody in the Army, Navy, Air Force. They really ain't doing
They got a clearance.
Facts.
Hey, you bring up a good point. Like networking is critical, even outside of private, in the public sector. Like networking will get you to that next level. Right. And I always say like 80% of your success is based on networking. The remaining 20% is based on what you know.
Oh, I think your numbers execute. This is a true story. I worked at DOD for 11 years. 2 of my guys now work at AWS. 2 of those guys work for Azure. 2 of those guys work for Rackspace. And they reach out to me. They say, you want to come? We know you can do X. And so I said, as a flex, I haven't interviewed in the last 20 years because when your network gets big, they just call you up. They're like, hey, man, we got a spot for you. What you want to do?
Yep.
right?
Yeah, that's spot on.
And you know, this is random. So you stay up here. Um, so as we were talking, right, I was like, I don't know. I think there's only one I've seen. Black owned cloud owner, right? They
Hmm.
actually have a data center and they built a cloud in their data center. But other than that, I don't know any black owned ones.
Is
And
that
we
What's
have
the
all this talent.
is that Avengers? I mean, you'll have to name it if you don't know.
Yeah.
That's the only one I know.
I don't know if it's been. I forget. It was in an article I read.
Yeah, I think
about.
it's Avengers because we've been trying to
Avengers?
get especially black guys in we call it the manosphere part. At least get a count and pay $10, man. Support them, man. We always talking all this mess and about women, blah blah blah. Support the dude. Just put $10 and just get your account. Even if you don't use it, dig into your pocket, man. So we've been. I think that's his name. We've been trying to rally support for that guy.
Now you're gonna have
Wait,
the
what's
manosphere
the
coming
cloud?
from
Is
me.
it
Nah, I got
Avengers
your back. I got
IO?
your back. Say that
What's the-
again.
What's the link to it?
Oh, I gotta look it up. I just heard some high guys in the manosphere talking about it. Like, see, I'm talking about it. I don't even have an account.
I see this Cloud Avengers. It looks like it was acquired by Salesforce.
That might be it. I hope so. At least he got some money out of it.
Yeah, he might have had a nice exit there.
But you need that. And the other thing I've been bringing up, part of manospheres, and like Tamika bring up, we should all just pull our money. We could do a low level of business incubators. All the programmers get together, chip in, pick some couple projects. And worst case, we get bought out for a couple million if they like the technology.
Yep. Private
Hey,
equity fund, investment fund. That's it. I'm all about that.
Yeah.
I'm all about trying to. That's why I say I want to bring on some people to talk about private equity funds, investment funds. What does that look like for us? That's why I'm always pushing that 200K for that accredited investor, where we're now able to not just contribute to our household, but we're able to contribute to the things that we want to invest in. You're able to contribute to building generational wealth. Like, you know, like I said before on my last live, like, man, we got to stop having these arguments about 40,000 and 32,000.
Ooh, you
yeah, everybody want to call it low vibration. I call it broke.
but the sad part though, if you ever watch Tone Talks, he said the average black family is worth $1,500 when you take out depreciated assets.
Yeah.
So when you say 200,000, man, you're taking a lot of people out. You know,
not my fault. I'm giving you how to get there.
Oh, facts.
and it's not all technical, right? We talked about coaching. We talked about about being a scrum master or what have you. Like I'm not talking about things that are not
so many avenues.
Yeah, Steve pissed me off though. One thing Steve said that pissed me off, wasn't bad though, is I hate project managers and I hate scrum masters. The reason why is they come to security, they say, I give them the requirements because they don't understand shit about security. So I type them all the objects where everything we need to do. Then they come back a week later and tell me to hurry up. I'm like, how you gonna tell me hurry up with the shit I just gave you, man? That's what I think of project managers.
Now, here's the thing: project managers are like recruiters.
Facts,
right? They're either on this end or that end. True. They're either horrible or they're worth their weight in gold. Like I've had some project managers where it's like, okay, how can we get this PM on the next project, right? And then I've had other PMs like, just go away and let me do my thing. Like we're better off without
you very rarely see PMs that understand security. And the other part of that too is I blame the tech guys because I work with dudes on the spectrum. They can't even communicate to the customer. I'm like, dude, can you at least look the customer in the eye? These dudes are brilliant, but they can't tie their shoes on, dude. So we keep them in the back. They writing the killer C# with the static, with the refactoration or whatever we're doing. But them dudes can't talk to a customer. I like, y'all made a whole industry because y'all can't communicate. Right. So they made the whole project manager industry because we can't talk.
Yeah. And, you know, it's important to build those soft skills, not just those tech skills. Like you have to, and like I'm in consulting where sales is a component of what we do, right? And it's important because if like, let's say if I go back internal IT, if I come up with an idea and I'm trying to pitch that to a CTO or whoever, if I know how to like form my ideas and articulate that in a way that it makes sense to the business, guess what? Funded.
Oh, 100%. I did some work in Silicon Valley. People don't realize it's so many millionaires, 100 millionaires, because their product didn't even make it to market. You will know this. Microsoft bought it because they needed that component inside theirs.
Right.
AWS, like, so it'll be millionaires you never even heard of, because before, by the time they got to the C level of angel investing, people picked them up.
Hey, the Avengers cloud that y'all were just talking about,
Yeah.
I went out to look it up, and here it is. It got acquired by Salesforce.
Shout out to him, man. I'm
And
glad.
like, you know, he's got FU money now at this point, so he can do whatever he wants, right? And like, there wasn't any big news thing
Nope.
about that. You know, companies like Microsoft, Salesforce, etc., are acquiring companies all the time.
Acquire hire.
I'm an Oracle guy, and Oracle has the probably the weakest technology stack because it's more archaic and old, but they had the most money. The last time I looked up, they bought 300 companies in the last 4 years because they just want their product, and they're going to put their Salesforce team. Because if you got a smart product in the Midwest, they're going to put like 500 salesmen on it to get it nationwide, and that's how they make their money now.
Yeah, and I talked
Oracle's
about
like a mafia.
Yeah, I talked about Oracle. Oracle is called Oracle 2.0. A couple of years ago, I went up there, interviewed with them, got the job, and they were like, "Look, we're building a whole new cloud. We're building a whole new team. We're ramping up. We need 2,000 people right now, and they were looking to add in 5,000 people, right? So what that essentially means is that they were looking for DevSecOps. They're looking for fresh, like they say, fresh meat to come in and build that out. But not only that, they were throwing stock options in that, they're just trying to get talent.
Like, yeah.
You don't want me to get started on that.
I know someone, and I can't name the company that he went to or anything like that, but when he joined, they gave him stock options that vested over a 4-year period, and he's like 3 years in, right? And like at the end of the 4 years, when all of that's fully vested, he's a millionaire.
Mm-hmm.
So
Facts.
he could, he could say, okay, I'm done. He could take that, and I don't know how much dividends he might get off that, but he could sell like half of that and go buy a bunch of dividend paying stocks and just kind of live on that. Not even reduce his, like.
No, so it's out there.
Yep.
And I just did a talk about that.
Some of these tech jobs are offering packages like that.
Yep. I just did a talk about that on my 11:30 show. What they're doing now, Coinbase. It was Coinbase. And 2 other ones. What they were talking about doing now, instead of doing 4-year vesting, they're doing 1-year vesting. So now they're like, hey, because they're trying to keep the talent, because people are like, man, if people are switching jobs every 2 years,
yeah,
they're going to leave that money on the table to go get that base income that they need for right now. And I can go take my base and go do something else with it. Right.
Hey, and you know what? If you're leaving a package, right? If you have RSUs, if you have stock options, if you're leaving that, you bring that into the negotiations
exactly
with the new place, because they might say, well, okay, we realize you're leaving this, you're leaving that. We're gonna match your RSUs. You know what? We're gonna beat it. We're just gonna give you these as a sign-on, and we're gonna give stock options as a sign-on, and make it so you're not hurting if you leave that stuff behind.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, and that's what I talked about on Howie Linux episode 8. I talked about how for me, when I was working in DC, I got a chance to go to grad school for free because they were paying for it, but the company down here wanted me to come here and work. So if you want me to come work, you need to give me grad school for free. Right?
Facts.
And you
Facts.
need to pay for that, right? So I was like, here's how much is left. And they wrote that in my offer letter that they were paying for the rest of my grad school. They gave me money to move. And
Mm.
then they paid for my car to move down here as well too, and my first and last month rent into an apartment. And then they was like, well, take your time. The first week, don't worry about it. We know you're getting settled and unpacked, and then doing your thing. So it was a win-win all the way around. But a closed mouth don't get fed.
Right.
Facts. Facts.
And,
Facts.
and
'Cause-
and you get your money when you come in the door. You don't come
Yes.
in and a few years in, you're trying to get that raise. Like you got to negotiate up front.
Yeah.
And don't be afraid
Negotiating
to
up
ask.
front is important.
Right. The weird thing is most companies never respect the certifications or degrees you get while you with the company, but when you leave to the other company, you get those dividends. Because I'm older than y'all. I'm 53. I got my MBA paid in 1995. That's how old I am. But the company paid for it though, like you said. So I keep thinking about working on PhD, but I'm like, I'm too old now, man. I'm gonna have to shut that damn down.
You know what? You're right, and that's what prompted like this job hopping, right? Where you got to go to the next, because they're not going to bump up your pay or give you promotions at the current place. Most companies won't, and so you got to make that leap.
Yeah, I got a young guy work with me that just got a CISP, and he's struggling like, should he stay and go? Because I'm training him up, but he's like, I could go make 20 more thousand.
Yeah.
But but then I start talking to him like I'm Darth Vader. I'm like, but you ain't ready yet, young Jedi. I don't know if you're ready yet. But
Does he have any technical skills, even though he has a CISSP?
He has a few technical skills, but like y'all talked about, is I do compliance. I do 1,000 reams of paperwork. The sad part is I make so much money, they don't let me touch a computer. They think they losing money. So I walked, like we talked about, Tamika, I come to you. These are the sticks. What's my checks look like? What findings do we have? My man Steve, we up in there. We roll into Azure. Okay, you and Tamika talk from Prim. Is that encryption? Is that FIPS 140-2? Is that AES 256? So, I can spot that out. So I don't even get to touch a computer. I delegate.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That, when you get to the level for compliance, because my job is, like we talked about, make sure we have a security program. So I got to work with each individual departments to make sure we good.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about that. So as you moved up and you moved farther away from the technology, like hands-on, how did you handle that? And was that
I keep laughing every day. Shout out to Dewan. And once I saw Tamika, she was talking about STIGs. I start falling in love with her. I'm like, I gotta come back on Women's On Channel. We gonna do some stuff. So I always touch computers. Even at work, I'll be like, like you said, I'm talking about infrastructure guy. Give me account in Azure. At least I want to look at it. Give me read only. Because for me, and Tamika know this, middle management gets fired first, and that's probably gonna be the brother. So I'm gonna need a pivot if I get caught, right? So that's just my 2 cents. If I get caught in the middle, because the middle management, we make most of the money, we're gonna get fired because we're not touching anything. But my thing is, I work on federal clients, so I report to IRS, FSMA. So it's hard to let me go because we got to do that paperwork every year, and they come on site every 3 years. So that's why I stay off in that federal money. So I'm trying to, work because they get that Jedi money. So I'm thinking about going to work for Amazon. They got to still get the Jedi money. You still got to be FSMA in your data center. You got to be doing Pub 1075 HIPAA. So I know all that stuff in and out from a computer security perspective.
Yeah, the compliance stuff is solid. I've been dabbling in high trust,
Facts.
in the healthcare space, and like a lot of people, infrastructure people, DevOps people, they don't know about those compliance.
Never do. That's why you need me, man. Tamika, she know, because we gonna do STIG, CIS. There's a bunch of compliance.
But again, I make it a business for me to know it because I'm always reading. Okay, NIST comes out with a compliance, their new compliance, right?
R5 just came out.
So I'm gonna go read that because I want to know. What I need to be doing and get ahead of the curve before somebody sends it to me and tell me to do it.
That's why I got any hair. I'm pulling out my hair because the Linux man is doing stuff that ain't working. I'm like, dude, why you do that, man?
And so what that lends to, and this is from a startup perspective, startups, and I talked about this earlier on the other show, where it was cloud container technology, then Linux, and then DevOps, and then security. And that's exactly how startups work. They look at cloud container technology, they'll look at Linux, they'll look at the networking, and security will be dead last for
Right.
them to implement.
Facts.
So if you get your DevSecOps, if you get your Linux people and your DevSecOps people learning that now, when you
Facts.
go to implement it, it's already there. Right?
Yeah, because half the stuff we got to rip out because they didn't set it up right or they didn't do it right. And the other part, I do a lot of side work because those startups, once they start winning government money, then they want to do compliance. Oh, we trying to get our little app at DOD. I'm like, well, you got to re-architect it. You didn't do it right?
Right.
Especially from
you
a
didn't want to come
container.
on screen. That was your son or your daughter?
Yeah, my little son, 5-year-old, came in. He's telling me about Ninja Turtles or something. So
Oh, that's fast, man.
You should have gave him on screen.
I told him, hey, you want to wave? And he didn't. Yeah, he was shy at that point. So
fact, man.
I
We love kids. Shout out. We love kids. What's up, Linda? I'm up here talking.
Y'all good. Y'all good. I'm enjoying this. T got me really interested in coming to check out Women in Linux. This is my second week. She hyping me up for Linux. Right now, I'm currently learning, trying to learn data science because I've been out of work for a little over a year. So for this person, I told you, T, I'm going to be like that little kid you got to talk to who ain't really been on the computer.
That's fine.
I'm just
you got a support
to,
system.
Huh?
You have a support system.
All right. Hey, I need it. So, I mean, like, what should I do? What do I guess need to do first? How do I network? Because I'm really having problems with networking since a lot of stuff is not physically here. And even when it was physically here, I had a hard time with networking where I'm at, because 9 times out of 10, I'm usually the only person of color that even walk in the door.
Exactly.
Hey, so Linda, a couple of things, like data science is a really good area to go into. Like, this just really, really hot. The other thing, as far as networking, you're doing it right now.
Exactly.
And so, like, reach out to me. So I work for a global consulting company.
Okay.
And so I work for Avanade, and we're owned by Accenture. And Avanade, we have about 50,000 employees globally. Accenture, we have about 400,000. But there's a lot of roles. They're actually trying to hire for diversity right now. Like, all these companies are trying to do that, right? But so send me your resume and stuff, and maybe there's a job for you where we're at. It doesn't matter what state you're in and stuff. We have, we're global, right? So, and our data science team is growing. Even if you came in on just, doing something else around data.
Yeah, I would have to be a junior, because I'm just, like I said, as far as like the data science part of it, I'm learning. I was a business analyst before I got let go, but I had a manager who really didn't give me responsibilities, even though I would ask for it. So she was not a leader. And then when I would go to her, she'd say, I can't teach you things. I understand you can't teach me things, but direct me to how to learn certain things. So I'm learning more on my own than I was back when I was a business analyst.
That's actually perfect. So where are you located, if you don't mind sharing?
No, Cincinnati, Ohio.
You're okay. So I'm in the Midwest. I'm a director in the Midwest, and Cincinnati is within our region. So I could actually talk to the leadership that would hire you.
Okay.
So if you want to shoot me your resume, just get my info from Tamika, or it's in, hit me up in Slack. I'm a part of the Women in Linux Slack as well.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm in there too. Okay.
And I'll just get your resume over, and I know we're always hiring people in that data space, and we train. There's a lot of opportunity to learn, and we need more data scientists. So,
okay.
Yep. Now look at God.
Right. I was having a bad day today. I dropped my phone.
Right. Won't he do it?
Won't he? Won't he? Won't he? Will?
Yeah, Linda.
But yeah, that's
it was cracked. I couldn't use it. I'm like, come on, my day can't get no worse.
Right.
it's even better where you're located because you're in my area, so that helps a lot. So
That's
Right.
good.
Right, thank you.
Linda, let me give you a little advice. I get a lot of people talking about imposter syndrome. I've been the only black person in there.
Yeah.
When the spotlight hits you, you just got to show them how good you are. You great. So when I walk in the room, I know people going to try me. I tell them I want all the intellectual smoke because I'm going to show you how good I am.
Chop
You going to
him
come
at
for me. I'm going to tell them, as Kevin Hart said, you going to learn today.
You gonna learn to test
Because I always use that. People don't try me anymore. My boss come in, she white, she go, I hope nobody don't try me. I go, you're going to have to give me a little space because I'm going to show out on their ass today. Right? Because so I use that as an advantage. If you want to try me, come on, because I take my craft very seriously. So when you try me, I'm going to show you how good I am today. So everybody knows me because they want to try me. I'm going to show out. So just take it as an advantage. I expect people to try me because I'm old and grumpy. Steve's new. He's into the meritocracy. He's in that. I'm in the old time in the 70s where they used to try you. I'm like, come on, I'm waiting for you. So just take a deep breath, work on your craft, and show them how good you are today.
Right. And if as far as your data science go, where are you training at now? What programming in?
Udacity. I end up getting a scholarship through BIT.
Okay.
So I'm doing it through Udacity.
Okay, because there's this chick. I think I want to say her name is Tanika or Takesha Askew.
Yeah,
She's
I'm on
always-
her channel. I'm on
Okay,
her channel.
yep. She's always posting the data stuff,
Yep.
data science and data engineering. However, I do have some point of contacts on the data side. I'm gonna tell you from my perspective of what I see, and that and to me it may be a buzzword. Yeah, go ahead, Steve. Go ahead, do your thing. But for me, I've been looking at Snowflake and Databricks.
Okay.
From what they've been putting out, especially like with Snowflake being in AWS, basically everywhere. You can look at Snowflake and Databricks everywhere. So just keep an eye on those things. As far as like what they're doing and who they're touching in terms of partnerships and so forth. And go ahead.
I was gonna say, T, you said that BIT just had a career fair the other week, and I interviewed with a guy from Chicago. I can't think of his name, and that's what he was asking me. Like, do you know Snowflake? I was like, no. He said, well, right now I'm really looking for a senior, not a somebody that's junior, but I'll keep you in mind. So yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Snowflake and Databricks, they're hot right now. They're looking for people for those. And they have a certification training and so forth. So I'm not going to steer you from what you're doing. I'm just putting out there, hey, go look and see what they're doing. Go look and see what their certification curriculum has. Right? Because you can look at the curriculum and probably look at what you're doing and like, oh, okay, I see what they have, and then kind of do a comparison and say, I may lack these things, but I know where I can get that information from. And you may not take the whole curriculum, right? You may just go find a little piece to brush up on and go from there. And you may get that on the job. Make sure you get Steve's information. I know Steve got to get up out of here because we took up his Saturday.
And Linda, Snowflake is hiring too. Like if you go learn a little bit about that, you could always apply there and go work for the vendor. That's
right.
I mean, they'll teach you things you won't learn outside of the vendor, right? And that'll just expand your opportunities from there too. So I know they're hiring like crazy.
Okay.
Oh, Steve, before you go, somebody did have a question for you.
Okay.
Hold on. It was about, I think it was Evelyn. She had a question about data engineering. Do you teach data engineering? I think that might have been for you. Let me double check that. I think that was for you, Steve.
So my company doesn't like train, but how do I put this? So we don't like there's no training courses, but when we hire people, there's a huge emphasis on training because we're in consulting. We need our people skills to always be cutting edge, right? So I know a lot of companies, especially this is more true when you're internal, you might get hired and then you want training and they're like, oh, our budget's not that big and stuff like that. With us, we have all sorts of training available, whether it's internal, like other, senior level consultants giving internal training, or outside vendors, or like everyone's got access to Pluralsight. And there's a bunch of other training platforms too that you get access to. And then there's like periodic like classes. So for example, our leadership just set up training for containers because the demand is growing there and we need more people to train up on that. So there was like a 3-day training on containers. And I know they do stuff on the data side of the house as well. I'm not in that area, so I don't have insight into everything that they're doing all the time. But I know it mirrors what we're doing on the cloud side, on the DevOps side, on the infrastructure side, right? Like the company will invest in people. So it's all about just getting in the door. And if you want to do data engineering, get in the door, speak up, advocate for yourself. That's a huge thing that I do for myself, that I've always done. And that's a huge thing that I always tell people is no matter where you're working, make sure you're telling leadership and telling everyone you can what you want to do. And you never know, those doors might open up for you. Leaders hear that. If you have good leaders, they'll try to move you in that direction. Like when I came into my current company, I wasn't doing Kubernetes and like containers on a daily basis. I had started ramping up on that stuff before I even came to the company. And in my last job, like they wouldn't invest in me. So I started investing in myself. I wanted to switch from doing System Center like full time and on premises to like doing nothing but cloud and DevOps and working with things like containers and Kubernetes. They wouldn't invest in me. So what I did is I signed up for this Microsoft professional program. It was a DevOps thing. I had to shell out $1,500 of my own money to go through the program. And like through that, I learned about Kubernetes, like bunch of DevOps stuff like CI/CD, source control systems, monitoring containers, like all this stuff, right? And it was courses, and then you had to do quizzes, you had to do labs, and at the end of it, which was like a 3-month program, you had to do a capstone project. But I invested in myself, and that helped when it came time to like where I'm at now and help propel me into the Kubernetes space. And I just started doing stuff with Kubernetes and containers like on my own. I was like, if no one's gonna invest in me, I'm gonna do it.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a leader, and I was vocal about it, and I advocated for myself. And there was a leader, he saw that, and another guy that was in the Midwest Container Services lead role, he actually moved to another region. He moved states and moved to another region, was doing some other stuff. So there was a gap, there was a vacancy. And he saw that I was doing stuff, and he's, gave me the opportunity like, hey, do you want to assume this role? And so, but if I hadn't been investing in myself, I wouldn't have been ready for that opportunity when it came up.
Right.
Right. So that's a long answer response to the data engineering, but so yeah, just like apply, and there's definitely training.
Yep. And the other piece is don't be afraid to take on the free resources that's out there.
Yeah.
And the people that put the free resources out there, connect with them,
Right.
because they may have a connection for someone that's looking for entry. I'm always a big proponent of different Slack groups. I'm also a big proponent of people, different Discords. It can be overwhelming. You'll find yourself joining a whole bunch of stuff, but it's okay. It's all good, right? So it's all good for that. D is like, we ready for your outro, Steve.
Facts.
She in the background, like
Facts.
Yeah. So thanks everyone. Thanks for having me on. It's been years. Let's like not make it years in between this one the next time. But thanks for everyone for coming on the live. This is amazing, and I really enjoyed the end here where people just like, let's make it a discussion,
right,
and have everyone talk. I love that. So I hope everyone got something out of this, and I just love seeing this community stuff.
Yeah,
This reminds me. This is like an extension of like the Blacks in Technology conference, and just yeah.
yeah, man, and the Blacks in Technology Conference is gonna be super super huge. We're gonna have some fun over there. At least I know I am, because I'm just gonna have fun. I have fun by myself. So
Yeah, yeah.
regardless of what everybody else do, I'm gonna have fun by myself. I'm gonna crack up at my own jokes. So it's all good. We're gonna let you go, Steve, and I'm gonna answer this other person's question before we get out of here. You all are more than welcome to stay up. Steve, I appreciate you. I'm gonna reach out to you. Linda, did you get Steve info?
Yeah, and check me out
Oh,
Twitter. So at
I don't
Bukatech.
have it, but did he put it in there? He didn't put it in the chat, did he?
Yeah, I'm not able to chat in here, but check me out on at Bukatech.
Okay.
Bukatech.com is my
Okay,
site.
got it.
Follow me on Pluralsight to check out the new courses and all that. So let's stay connected. Linda, reach out, send me your resume, and we'll go from there.
Yeah,
Okay.
and for those that are in our Slack, he is in Slack as well too. So all is not lost. You're not gonna lose him. So and you
I'm
can reach out
I'm
to me
in
and
Slack, but I'm a little slow to respond in the Slack. So just bear with me if you hit me up in Slack, but I'll keep an eye on it for sure.
I know how to get in touch with him. So
I'll
Yeah.
get you to get you.
All
but
right,
that was
sounds
what.
good. Have a good weekend,
And
everyone.
peace out, Stephen. I appreciate you. Have a good rest of your Saturday. We did have one other question. I want to make sure I answered it before we got off of here. It was, let me see. Oh, Princess C, you said you walked off your job in 2020. You were looking for work. You're more than welcome to come up, but if you don't come up, I can answer this question for you if you need. So, network and network engineering. I'm not sure who you're following as far as networking goes. So, I don't know if you're going down the Cisco route or if you're going down the looking at the F5 route or what have you. However, what I will say is this: places like F5 are doing a lot of hiring as well too for people on the networking side. So, but I'm not sure where you fall into place on network. I don't know if you're doing network and network security, or are you configuring routers and switches? Are you architecting? I don't know. Or you just starting? I don't know. So I don't have that background about you. So it'd be great if you did come up. However, I'll say what I do know. What I do know is understanding Ansible and understanding how to do automation with networking and secure networking is super big. There is also understanding how to do, and this may or may not get you to where you want to be, but I would look at sans.org to look at security and networking. And okay, Cisco. All right, so if you're in the Cisco realm, Cisco DevNet, I don't know if you're a part of that crew or follow that, but automation from a networking perspective is super huge. The other part that's super huge is as well is understanding when we're talking about Kubernetes, networking in Kubernetes and architecting in clusters. Super huge. Another place to look at, which I don't know if you even thought about. So your telcos, all your telcos, your Ericssons, all of those things, they are super huge on edge computing and networking. So that is another option. So when I say this, and we talked about open source on Thursday. I don't know if you were part of our stream at that time. I think you just found us. But looking at open source projects from telcos and becoming a part of those telcos are also a part of your network. So the open source community, as far as Verizon and how they see Kubernetes, how Ericsson, Sprint or T-Mobile, um, those are the companies I would be looking at from a networking perspective, which gives you this other part of tech that pushes you towards understanding Kubernetes and Linux and cybersecurity all in one, which makes you have the longevity for long-term expansion. I hope that made sense. I hope that answered it. Do I know people at these companies? Another company that comes to mind is VMware. Networking and understanding architecture with VMware and how things should be laid out was super huge. Um,
Facts.
Aviatrix was another product that I mentioned. If you go take a look at that, just go on YouTube and look at Aviatrix and how it touches, like we were talking before, piercing into different clouds, not two, but three different clouds. What does that look like? What do you need to do? How do you set up private DNS? How do you route these things? How do you set up a container, like you're doing a direct connect to something on prem, and you want to have an application go from being deployed on prem into the cloud? How do you network that up, right? What are you looking at for that? So those are the things that come to mind when I hear networking. When I hear networking, I hear architecture for myself,
Facts.
and I hear security. So when you hear networking, you probably think it's CIDR,
Mhm.
192.168.1/24/16, da 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 da. I don't hear that. I hear, how do I architect this network in a secure manner where there are no data leaks and it is an end-to-end encryption. That's what I hear. And
Facts.
that's what I hear. So if you can show that you can think that way and you can show that you understand that, sky's the limit.
Tamika, can I chime in on that?
Yep.
Man, you just threw a lot. But now, since I do security, like she said, when I hear that, probably not at the level Tamika, but I do hear three-tier networking, controlling your network, making sure the every connection is encryption. Once again, I do federal level, so I hear FIPS 140-2 and AES 256, right? And the basis of security is networking, because that's what everything builds on top of. Your program, VBCs from AWS, Azure, all that stuff is based on the bottom of networking, right? So you do have to, like she said, understand it. Then, like she said, from the bigger picture architect, on-prem, going to the cloud, peering, is that encryption? How does that stuff move? So all that builds on top of each other. So especially if you're going to get in security, you definitely got to understand the basis of networking.
My bad. I was on mute. But yeah, that is what I see. And we got a recurring theme, a recurring member. What's going on with you? What you got for me this week?
I enjoy everything today. I just wanted to piggyback, and this is a little while ago in the conversation with Steve was on, and he was like, when you network or tell people in your current job, what you want to do and how you want to branch off, they may help you. As someone coming from finance into trying to move into IT, and I'm a manager, I talked to my director about it. So, I've been kind of vocal for the last 3 weeks. And I made the comment to her, my director, thinking about it, just putting it out there in the conversation. And we had these cash calls every day on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
And by the time we had the cash call on Monday, she told the CFO, she told everybody else, and it was like a panic. So I don't know if you're moving from one department to another, how good of an idea that is, unless you're ready to move now.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to put that out there. It's different. So I dive into stuff when I get into it, that just put more fuel under the fire for me.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not received well, depending.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to speak for me. As being a manager in finance, and I'm talking to my directors and things, is not received well. Now they're nervous.
Right, but like you said, you got to take the temperature of your organization too.
Right.
First, which is fine. And I'm already the only woman of color in a management position there already. So I'm like, after the meeting, I'm like, okay, days are numbered. let me get back on this internet. Let me look at
But it may not be that. It may turn out to be that they all come back and offer more money whenever you get some an offer or something of that nature. But they're probably in panic mode because, again, you're going against the grain of what I could go on about this. Let me say this. There is a indirect issue when it comes to Black women and loyalty. Okay? It is a given that you're not going to go anywhere.
Right. That
It
is
is a given that you are loyal to me.
You're right.
When it comes to tech, and that's just what I have experienced. Now I don't know about anybody else. That's just what I've experienced. And
So
then people, go ahead.
Tamika's flesh that out a little bit more. You think y'all so loyal they scared y'all not gonna leave?
Yeah.
And not only that, just think about what she said. Like, I was sharing my development, like where I want to go and where I see myself, and now you all are panicking. Who wants to be penalized for that?
Right.
Like at your job or within your company, when you are looking for resources within the company, being a co-founder at Will, there's just so many things that we share over the years. One of the first things that I ask in an interview is about career development. Is that nurtured? Is it merited? Like, where can I go? Is this the end all be all for me here? How do you develop your talent? And if you are at a company and that says you're going to be here for 50,000 years, then that's not where you want to be, because just the human nature of us, we grow, we evolve. She shouldn't be penalized for wanting to grow and wanting to see herself somewhere different than her current role. And so that says a lot when people start getting edgy. Now, again, it's not necessarily a negative thing. It may stir up some chatter on how can we keep her in this space, because we don't want to lose her. And because we have our own stuff inside, we are automatically thinking that it's a negative chatter, when it might not be.
Nice.
And you know what? The questioning that they had behind it, because I'm always on alert. Again, I'm the only woman of color, let alone a person of color. Mm-hmm. I'm sitting there and when I'm talking to her, and this was a director who brought me in from another job that we work at. She was like, "Really? You don't like it here?" I mean, the question she was asking, it wasn't, "Oh, that's an up and coming field. I didn't know you were interested in that." It was.
Now, is she a woman of color as well? Was your manager a woman of color who brought you in?
No, she was a woman.
Okay. But then that's also, again, that's their thing, because it's just like, here it is, a person that I vouched for and I brought into the company, like whatever narrative she talked up about you, now it is more, okay, what's going on? Are you not happy? But like Tamika always asks me, is it okay that I ask questions? It's okay for people to ask clarifying questions. Mm-hmm. About what your thought process is about where you want to go. And it's not that I'm unhappy, but I've been looking into some things and I'm very interested in. I want to nurture that. I want to explore that.
Right.
But
there's nothing wrong with that. And that's the conversation that you have. And when it comes to advocating for yourself and having confidence, this is what I meant. It doesn't mean I'm not happy here. It means that I'm exploring other things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the only thing I will add to that is, because I'm a mercenary. I don't plan to stay I never plan to stay any place long. I end up staying longer. But a lot of times when you preface that you're looking for something else, a lot of times you got to give them a safety net. I'm a training person. I'm gonna make sure you're okay. I'm gonna make sure your department's right. Because when you say that, and I was on another live, is most companies think of you as a resource. I don't love you. You don't love me. I expect if I fail, you're gonna fire me. If somebody's going to offer me 20 more thousand, I'm going to leave. This is not a friendship. Don't be confused. I don't go to Christmas parties. I don't do a lot of stuff because I want to make sure people don't confuse that. I am a resource, right? So if we lose profit, I expect you to fire me. But I don't get confused with this. So I think a lot of times is like you talking about, nurturing, that's cool and all that. A lot of companies think of you a resource. If the thing go down, they're gonna train. So a lot of times you got to tell them, okay, I want to do this, but I'm a trainer person. I'm gonna build it up. But like I said, there's multiple ways to look at it. I just feel like I'm not gonna get caught up in that. I expect you to fire me, and I'm gonna leave if I get a better offer.
Yeah, and
And-
so this is crazy, right? Because I have a lot of thoughts.
Hey,
Go ahead, what you say?
your directors of GL directors, those people stay within companies. They don't move around. It's not like the IT, you get more bright ideas and more certifications or more knowledge. Accounting is counting. Anywhere you go, somebody will come in and teach us the new ERP. So it looked at, and this is how I'm thinking. And the funny thing about it is I didn't tell I was going anywhere. I just said I was interested. And this is the woman I told you we worked before. And we have conversations about the good old boys that we work with and what we got to go through because we're women, period. So she doesn't have my added on, the added on part to that. All I said was I'm looking into product management. Have you heard of this and things like that? And that it would just surprise me that was her first question.
What was her first question again?
First thing, you looking to leave? Are you no, you fitting to leave? And our joke is I always say fitting is not a word. So we joke. I'm asking, I'm telling you what I'm interested in.
Right. And so Professor Black Ops, this is what I'm saying. Because I don't want to first things first. I don't want the manosphere coming from me like they're playing the victim game, blah 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 blah.
I got your back.
This ain't that conversation.
The whole manosphere is gonna come. I don't want them here. I'm not ready for that. I am not mentally.
Yeah, we're not trying to debate on like, oh my God, we're the women, and we're not trying to do this shit. I don't have time for that. I won't even argue with that because I'm like, I need to be and creating investment funds and other stuff. But anyway, what I'm simply saying is this: what I have seen when it comes down to Black women in tech, it is a certain level of loyalty that people think that you must adhere to because they associate this work ethic loyalty with you as a Black woman. You're strong. You're gonna come in. You're gonna take over this. You're gonna take. There's also a ceiling there. Don't get it twisted. There's a ceiling there, right? There's a ceiling on what they allow you to lead there, and then in some cases there's not. It depends on the company. However, what I have learned for myself is I'm going to be the best person for me in terms of skills, in terms of knowledge, where the industry is going. Act a fool if you want to. I'll go here, right? So that's that. But that's why I encourage everyone to like. You don't have to take what I'm telling you as law. I bring people in so you can see and get a 360 view of where you can go in tech, who you can talk to, who you can network with, what's out there, and then make your own decision on what you want to do. Because if you go look at tech right now, all you know is the code. That's it. If you go look at tech right now, all you know is the code. We went over probably like 30 different topics today.
Facts.
We went over 30 different topics today in terms of Web 3.0, Ethereum, laying cables to around Africa, what building out data centers to sky computing. What does that look like? AI, machine learning, quantum computing. When you look across the landscape, and this is an issue that I have with tech. When you look across the landscape, all you hear is, hey, you need to go over here and code. We got somebody asking about network engineering. You don't hear them talk about go be a network engineer. but we need the network.
Right.
We
You
need
know
the
how I feel
network.
about it. It's the workforce. That's all these companies with all this data. They just want the people just sitting in rooms, just banging it out every day at,
Facts.
for some free snacks at the
Yeah,
end of the day.
that's the glamorous part. When you look at, for me, cybersecurity, everybody wants to be a hacker. So that's the they think that's the only thing about cybersecurity is hacking, right? But now, like you said, I think, like you said, the unsung heroes is the infrastructure. Because if you ain't got that, you can't put your program to run on anything, right? So
Right.
hold on.
And
But
the pull is coming up.
Oh,
'Cause
I mean, this comment. I mean,
No,
thank you
no,
first
no,
of
no.
all.
Oh,
No,
not
thank you first
Snuggles.
of all for the super chat. I
no,
definitely
I and,
for
and,
the super
and
chat. Hold on,
Snuggles a
and-
I want to
troublemaker.
address this.
no,
I want
no,
to
no,
address
no.
this.
Hold on, let me do it. Let me do it.
No,
let me
no,
do it.
no.
Let
Let
me
me see.
can I
It says
read
the
it?
question is: do you blame them for the loyalty that you know that you have all had because of the track record and the history that women have shown? Yes or no? And this
Hold
is
on.
where and let me answer first because I haven't
Okay.
been on all day. So
Yes, ma'am.
for me, it is perception is reality. And for me, when I go into a job, a situation, I am going to go in for what I need first. So if I'm going into the office and it's perceived like I'm loyal, it's a loyalty to myself. It's that actress that you have to be when you go into your certain space. I had this one story that at my job, I came in one day and they had a sign that I was the positive energy coordinator. Because you know what? My goal was to get a check so that I can move, so I can do this, this, and this. And you know what? I made it a great day for everybody. I didn't care about that job. It wasn't where I planned to be long term. But they sold me a pipe dream and I sold them one back. And it was a great situation till it wasn't anymore.
Yeah. So I'm gonna answer it this way. The question is I'm gonna read it out and then I'm gonna give you my thing. Do you blame them for the loyalty that you all have because of the track record of the history that woman have shown? Yes or no? And I don't blame them for that track record. What I blame them for is you're holding you're using that as in a negative sense in terms of you're loyal, so there's no way you're never going to leave me because we know you need this job, we know you need X, Y, and Z. And I give
Oh,
you
this is a good job. You
yeah,
not gonna leave this good
I'm gonna
job.
give you this story, and Linda may come on one day. She was somebody that I worked with. She sold the company that I worked that she built, and she sold it for 16 million. This is public record, nothing or whatever, right? And this is the one where I was telling you that we automatically get 25% put into our 401k, all right, every year. So if my pay increases, I automatically get 25%. That's still ongoing, right? So I'm gonna give it to you from this perspective. I was with that company for 6 years. And every time I had a review, the first thing she would ask, "Do you like working here? Are you happy working here? If you're not happy working here, let me know, so we can make sure that you get everything that you need. Or if you want to leave, let's make sure you do what you need to do to get out of here." So sold the company, gone. Me and her go out to lunch one day. We're talking. Let me tell you what she said to me. And what she said to me was, "I was not expecting you to be there that long. You're too smart and too sharp for what we had going on. I expected you to leave within a year or two. I wasn't expecting you to be here that long." And she also stated that what ends up happening, and she's a woman, created an engineering company. And this is why I said it. She was like, "What was expected of you, you exceeded. What was expected from everybody else, they could not understand. They could not." I was the only black person in the whole company. Let's just keep it 1,000 right there. still the only black person in another company right now, but that's besides the point. I'm used to it. Give me my money, give me my flowers now, not 4 years later. But I say that to say this: when you have your skills, and this is why I preach this way, because I already know the expectation of who you are, and I can't speak for uh black men in the tech space. I can only speak for what my experience is with black men in the tech space. What I've seen of black men in the tech space is loyalty as well, because 9 times out of 10 you're the breadwinner bringing that money home, so you have a loyalty to keep that job, to stay in that space, to not make a move. And that's what I see, but I don't know what everyone else sees or what everyone else experiences. I only go by what I've experienced with the men that I have met who have families. They stay regardless of what is how bad that job is. They stay until they just get so frustrated and tired of it. Then they like, I'll go lateral. They won't go up. They'll go lateral real quick, but they won't go up. Right. So you fellas tell me your experiences. I know we morphed into something else, but that's okay. But I want to hear from you what your experiences are. And I appreciate Snuggles 668. Appreciate you. Like, but this is real. This happens often.
Yeah, how y'all doing, guys?
What's
What's
going
up,
on?
Yeah,
keep What's up, keep it taking.
I'm good. I'm good. And sorry, I had to plug in directly because I was on Wi-Fi, and I know my connection be tripping on Wi-Fi, so that's why I ran and got my cable. But no, I appreciate you guys letting me on. But I could definitely speak to that. That I mean, at the end of the day, I guess I kind of I guess got into the game a little, or I was uh trying to think of the right word. I was, I guess, introduced to, not having as much loyalty to a company when I got into the contracting world. So that, I mean, it's really a eye opener when you do government contracts, um, because you could, they could end the contract tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? And you out there looking for a job. So at the end of the day, you just a number on their books. And it's the same thing in the military as well. You're just a number on the books, and that they have to, fill so they can get paid. So the loyalty should always stay with yourself. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I always recommend people, move around as much as you can. You know what I'm saying? I mean, especially if you don't have a family or anything like that, that's the perfect opportunity to, move around and find yourself. Like, don't just sit in the city that grew up in. You can always, kind of move around. That's how I ended up on the West Coast, because I was constantly applying in different areas of the country. So it's definitely important to, just focus on you first and not to be selfish. You know what I'm saying? You want to do your job to the best of your ability and excel in whatever position that you're in, and get what you can from the company as far as continued training and all that stuff. Get them to pay for, certifications if you can, or education that you've taken, get them to pay off loans and stuff like that if you can. But your loyalty should stay to, yourself and progressing within the field. Never get stuck into, because I've been laid off plenty of times. I've had companies where I actually knew it was coming down. I worked on their financial database. I actually managed their full financial database, where the board made decisions based on the numbers that I was providing from reports and stuff. So I seen the cuts coming down, you know what I'm saying, and they laid me off as well. So I mean, it happens, you know what I'm saying, but you
Facts.
constantly want to be looking for something new. That's why even if I feel a little comfortable in the position that I'm in, I'm still out there applying. Because another thing, you want to keep your chops up on it as well. Because if you sit there and just
Wither
go
away.
through a period of not interviewing, you'll lose that skill, because that's actually a skill, interviewing. And then you'll go into these interviews, no matter how much experience you got, you know what I'm saying, but you'll be fumbling like I kind of am in this in this talk right now a little bit, but you know what I'm saying, you'll start fumbling and not being able to present yourself in the best way possible during the interview. So you want to keep your chops up and constantly apply and move around if you need to. So that's what I got.
Now, let me chime in. Let me chime in on that, Tamika, real quick. Is number one, I know Snuggle. That's a great question, but she's a troublemaker. We about to probably go on another relationship channels and we go at it. But shout out to her. She know I respect her. Again, she's always into the relationship mode. So when I saw Snuggles, I was like, oh yeah, it's about to be some BS now. But that's a good question. Shout out to Keep It Tech. He kind of gave me my start on YouTube, so I always follow my man. But I'm old, so like I said, I always consider myself as a resource. I'm not falling in love with the company. I rarely go to Christmas party. My company's mad at me. You got to come to Christmas party. Nah, dude, I ain't coming to Christmas party. Because if you fire me, I don't want to hate you. And when I get this $20,000 raise, I'm leaving tomorrow. So let's just keep it business. I'm a resource. I don't commingle it. I don't mix it up. I understand what she's saying. People get comfortable in accounting. I just always thought, because I've done consulting work, so I'm always animated. I'm like, this is a business, man. Because like Keep It Techie, I seen a contract in and 60 dudes, grown men crying, getting their ass walked out because the contract ended unexpectedly because they didn't get renewed. So once I saw that, oh, this is a business. I'm not falling in love and I'm not getting too comfortable. And Tamika about to hook me up with this new container system so I can make this new money. So I'm ready to go. That's all I got to say.
And what's crazy about the contracting world? Everybody works on the contract. You bring your friends along with you.
Right.
Like that's all they do. It's a network. Like, okay, Joe is over here. All right, I'm called Steve, Eddie. Frank and all of them, and they go from contract to contract to contract together. It's just the nature of the business.
D, I'm gonna drop a little knowledge I never give. White dude I'm cool with came to me. I think I'm killing it. I'm making about 8. He said, I got this new contract, man. I trust you. He said, you need to start your own company. I said, okay, cool. He said, I'm gonna pay you $80 an hour. Is that enough? Can you live on $80 an hour? I was like, oh, I'm good, homie. So those contracts paid super well. Right. And they last. My last one, I was at DOD. It was for 11 years. I was on 4 different teams, and they were just cutting check. I'm gonna put this out. We worked up to sundown. I had my own company. My first month check was $21,000. It's in the 90s. The bank held it for 3 weeks. I couldn't even cash it. I had to go borrow money from the dude that gave me the check because you never had anything that big. So I had to go back to the dude. I was like, can you loan me $2,000? My bank book cleans like your bank book. I was like, dude, I worked last year at McDonald's. I didn't make $20,000 for the whole damn year. Right. So you can eat well. I'm fat because I eat well on government contracts. I'm all about Fed money. And Fed money's tax money. That money very rarely ends. Yeah. So I eat well on that Fed dollar.
Yeah. So I want to address 3 things. Q4, what I was talking about, moving up, not in terms of titles. I'm talking about in terms of money. Like, I often see, especially a lot of married men, they'll move over and be like, hey, I'm making 97 here, and they gave me 95, or they gave me the same pay because I just want to get out of this situation. Well, that's fine. The problem, though, is now you're at 97 for another year or 2, and you're not moving up. Here's a rule of thumb. For every $10,000 you lose, it takes you 5 years to get that back. All right. So whenever you're talking about, I'm going to take a pay cut to go work over somewhere over here, and you're dropping 10 or 20,000 because you're like, okay, well, in 4 years, I'm going to get that back. But you got to look at what them 4 years consist of. You may not like your team. You may not like the people you're working with. You may not like the job no more. So now you're there for 4 years because you're trying to get back what you had, right? Trying to get back to what I had, right? When you could just, again, take your skills, stack them, and then move somewhere else. That's probably the worst advice somebody's probably going to ever say to you. And somebody's going to come behind me and say, that's probably horrible. Those are my philosophies. They may not work for you. I just want to put that disclaimer out there. But these are the things that I see. These are the things that I have encountered. right? There was another one that somebody said something about. It was something else somebody was talking about, and I wanted to make sure I addressed that. Yeah, it says oh yeah, it won't go up. Many times you're looked over. Oh, most definitely you're looked over when it comes to positions. So that's why they always tell you to leave the current job that you're in and go out. My minimum rule of thumb whenever I leave, this is my rule of thumb. If I'm leaving a company, if I'm making 250 now, the next company for me has to pay me at least 25,000 and up when I go. Because
More.
if I make a move at 10,000 or 15,000, that's $40, $50, $60. You're not gonna really see that, right? You'll
Right.
see $40, but I mean you're not gonna it ain't gonna move mountains.
You ain't gonna see it. You ain't gonna see it.
Yeah, so that's why I do a minimum of 25. You can go and do your pricing on that. You can go do your calculator on that. What is it? Was it 2860 or 2890? What's the number of hours you work in a year? Minus that it actually comes down to 19 something, 1960 or something like that you actually work, not including the weekends. As far as government contracting, what am I seeing in government contracting? It depends on who contacts you. I've seen contracts for hourly contracts from $45 all the way up to $225 an hour.
Facts.
So when you're
Facts.
looking at government contracting, you can work either or. Some people will let you work W-2. Some people say we can do corp to corp, right?
Mhm.
So if you choose to go corp to corp, then you need to set up an LLC.
Tell them
And
about
then
them taxes. I'm interrupting you. Tell them about, I got caught up in taxes, man. Tell them about them taxes when you go court to court. Now
Yeah.
I got caught up.
Yeah, you
Well,
gotta
you have to pay them.
you gotta pay them. But you gotta,
You have
so
to
you
pay
need to
them.
hire a CPA. You need to learn, and this is again talking about tax shelters, right? So you make all that money, but you're not, you don't have your LLC set up properly, and then you didn't invest either, right? And you didn't pay your taxes. So make your money, pay your taxes, but invest somewhere else. Do I see people work 2 and 3 full-time jobs since COVID? Absolutely. There was an article that came out about a young man, 27, 28. He had 5 full-time jobs. He had 5 full-time
I
jobs.
think Keep It Tech was arguing with that guy, but go
Yeah,
ahead.
he had 5 full-time jobs and he was making $1 million a year, right? And
Facts.
yeah, crazy, insane, but people do it, right?
You
People
can do it depending on what your workload is.
No,
people,
you can do that easy in IT. You can do that
and
easy in
yeah,
IT.
you see, here's the trick. You can't say, okay, today I'm doing DevSecOps and then tomorrow I'm going to do blockchain, and you've never touched blockchain because you're going to be spending too much time doing blockchain.
Nice.
So you got to stay in the same arena of what you're doing,
Tamika, you could do that easy. Come on, you could do that easy.
Yeah. So it's just it is just one of those things.
What?
Linda, I can only say from my experience with DevSecOps, when we not hungry. I'll say it that way. We're not
Facts.
DevSecOps. We're not hungry. Kubernetes, Linux, AWS, pick a cloud, and wrap some security around that. You can go anywhere. Everybody has that. So we're not hungry when it comes to that. When it comes down to an agile coaches can go anywhere in the world. People are always looking for an agile coach anywhere in the world.
You need to get that Scrum Master on there, but like you said, they make a ton of money too. I don't like them, but them dudes make a ton of money.
Yeah. And then product management, Natanya, look, your hater at work, let that be your motivator. Your hater at work probably don't even know what it is and probably had to look it up. And then when you start looking at what you're doing and what it is in product management that you're doing, you're going to be able to go anywhere too. And I see, as you continue to grow, you can easily be working at a FANG company like a Facebook or Netflix or something like that, or even these newer fintech companies on a product management team, because they're always promoting and putting out that product, right? So that's what I see. So don't let her discourage you. She just don't know what it is.
Right. And I wanted to say the reason I told that story, or I even brought it up, was it wasn't that she discouraged me at all. It was anybody who's sitting on the fence to say, I'm going to move out of my department, I'm going to go into IT. You can't be on the fence. You're going to have to run with it, because I put that out there now. And what if I decided next week, oh, I'm too old, I don't feel like doing this, and then put my foot in my mouth, right? So that's what I brought that up to say that if you're doing it and you get ready to network it to people in your office, make sure that's something that you get ready to do, because even if you change your mind, the people around you going to hold you to it, and you know what they have planned for you. So that's why.
So you think you telling her was more for you than for her? Like that you needed to tell somebody at your job so that you can be held accountable for yourself? I said, do you think that you telling her was more of an accountability for yourself? Like, I put it out there, now I have to make a decision and a move?
Not at all. We were.
Or is she your friend and you were just sharing?
Yeah, I was just right, or seeing her perspective on what did she see in the market. We were talking about that type, and then I guess it switched back to work mode. So I'm like, okay, now is no time to drag my feet. You know, I'm already diving in, and keep diving in it, because now some ideas in there that gives you more motivation. That was all. The whole woman thing, being black thing, dealt with it all my life. It doesn't scare me at all. It was, if you're thinking about it and you putting it out there, just make sure that's what you want to go with, because people gonna hold you to it.
Facts.
Yep. And the other part I like to say about that is it just gives you the mindset of who you're with, right? Who you're working around, right? Not only what the vision that they see for you, but the vision that they see for themselves.
Right.
So you have to sit back and look and say, okay, what vision do they have for themselves? Like if they questioning you about your stuff, why?
And then at the end of the day, if you just doing some research, that just because you're looking into product management don't mean you leaving your job tomorrow. I mean, that's just like going to the fair on the weekend. I went to the fair on the weekend. That don't mean you leaving your job. Or I went to the library and I read this book. It means absolutely nothing.
Yeah, but she
go and explore other educational opportunities.
Yeah, but she's a highly paid resource. So when she mentioned that, they think their resource is going to leave. So they're trying to figure out what's going on. Because she's good at what she does. She says she did it forever, not trying to call her out. So she's a resource. So if I own that company, oh, ain't no friend. She got confused. I keep trying to tell you, no.
Friend.
I ain't got no friends. The only friend I got is keep it techie. I ain't got no friends.
That's her friend.
That's what I was going to add to it.
That's her friend. That's her friend. She was sharing with her friend.
Keep trying to find people like accountants, staff accountants, and since COVID, it's hard finding people on that.
Yeah, but
how to finance the work from home. Out of that, so she's like, man, am I gonna have to go through another job hunt for somebody to come in? That's on her, and you know.
But use that to your leverage, right? And that leverage is this. Hey. Until you find somebody, I can do some work part-time for you. Here's my rates. Here's what I can do. Here's my area of focus, and then go from there. You have to use that to your advantage. And Snuggle 668, you is tech the new nursing. I don't know about tech being the new nursing. I think tech is just as equally important as it is for nursing, but will those nurses that need to get their COVID shots be coming to tech? Probably, more than likely, and they have a right to do so from a perspective of healthcare IT, the knowledge that they have internal, like things that could be improved. They will be a great product manager. That's where I see them flowing into understanding like, hey, I'm a therapeutic company. What do the nurses need? You have that inside information. Home care, traveling nurses, what do they need? What does that look like? And going from there, probably more traveling nurses coming over in that perspective as well too. If they don't work, if the traveling nurses are not required, so you may see more of that. You may also start seeing more women truck drivers. Who knows, right? You
I
know,
mean, I feel like after so long in one career, people pivot. People want to try and flex their chops with something different. Fortunately, at Women in Linux, we're like, okay, don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. Let's skill stack. Let's see what don't negate all your information. Let's take the nursing information. People in tech are doing healthcare IT. What do you want to explore within that realm? Because those are still you're just adding tech skills onto what you already know. And
right,
so that's what we do here in Women in Linux. So it's never like I'm about to leave my job and I'm going entry level and I'm about to build it back up. No, that's not what we're doing here. That's
yeah,
definitely not what we're doing. And money to people is relative. $100,000 is great for some people. $50,000 is great for some people. So it's all on what you want to do for yourself. Learning this stuff in 6 months may be absolutely doable for you. Some people
Mhm.
might have to take 2 years, depending on what their responsibilities are, or how they grasp the information. Like I said, luckily with tech and the ability to learn so many different types of things, you can take a weekend and say, you know what, I digged it. I went in and I'm coming back out.
right,
Like that's not for me and I don't want to explore that anymore. Let me go see something different within my wheelhouse. And maybe
right,
you know what, I want to get out of my wheelhouse altogether. But what is that going to look like for me?
right. And then I think we had a comment, Snuggle 668. You were saying you wanted to see some tech debate with people, I guess, in tech that you all do not disagree with. How money can be made, it would be an interesting debate. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Yeah, I'm a little
Um,
confused.
I wasn't.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
sure,
didn't get
but
that. Yeah.
So I
um,
mean, it's like we're gonna debate like you like databases and I like Kubernetes. I mean,
yeah,
what's the
Yeah,
I'm
but at the
debate?
end of the day, the money is a
Yeah.
means to an end, right? Like again, money is relative to some people, but
Facts.
here
Yeah.
in this space, the money is a wealth building tool. Everybody, you don't want to have to rob Peter to pay Paul all the time, but having more money will make it easier in some cases if you know how to manage that. But we also give you tools and they say, you know what? When you get this money, look into this. When you get this money, look into this. You might want to look at that. Hey, you join us for Tech Stocks and Jobs at
True.
11:30 on
right.
Saturdays every day to find out where you can put that money at to
Yeah,
build wealth. Because as Sam says, for us, it's looking grim.
it is.
Yeah,
But if you want to be old like me and waste some money, you can do that too. You got a lot of
Right.
options. You got a lot of options out here.
Because some people in tech not eating that good. You know,
yeah,
you and Tamika's been in the career in the field for a while. Black Ops been in the field for a while. Keep It
Ever.
Techie been in. I feel I'm fairly new in the world of tech as far as my tech career, but I've been doing things technical that I once you understand what technology is and what that means, you're like, well, shoot, I've been a lot technical for a long time, but actually getting a check, every other week from a company, that's fairly new for me in that realm. But I can also say that I've been able to dibble and dabble about what I want to do and being saying, you know what, I want to work for a startup. Let me go see how that is. Okay, I don't like that anymore. Or not that I don't like it. It's time for me to move on. Because sometimes it's not about whether how you feel. It's just time for me to move on. So let me go and try this out. And that's honing your chops. And now that I've done this, I'm adding it to my skills. This is what that looks like in this space, and let me move on.
yeah. And
It
and I
just might
want,
be time.
yeah, and I want to add to this conversation is I'm not telling everybody to go work for somebody. Well, you're gonna always work for somebody if you got customers, right? But what I
Hmm.
am saying is, um, be able to take your skills and make money off your skills, even if you created your own company and become a consultant and bring someone in on a project, be able to eat off your own plate, right? Your skills will take you far, whether you get on a contract, where you're a solo person on a contract, right? I don't know. I don't know the joy you would see if you are working on a contract and every 2 weeks you're getting paid $40,000 on the contract, right? You getting on a contract and you getting 40 every 2 weeks. You're getting $40,000, or you working on another contract and you may be getting $20,000 on a contract, right? Every 2 weeks. It depends, right? It depends on what your hourly rates are, right? So
Facts.
you gotta have that vision for yourself. Like, what is it? And this is how I do it. I'm like, okay, I want to make sure I'm bringing in 40,000 every 2 weeks. What does that look like for me? What's my skill set look like for me? What is that hourly? Is that me getting a government contract? Is that going to be me working on a contract, getting paid this much? Or what kind of skills do I need to have for that? What company is looking out for that? What skill set is that, right? So that way, when it's time for it to go, I'm there. That's just how I look at it. Some people don't look at it like that way. It's just what it is. For
Yeah.
40,000 every 2 weeks, I might do the shout and dance in the parking lot. Yeah, you might.
Facts.
I'm just putting it out there. Like,
Facts.
these things are possible. It is not within somebody else's reach or whatever. It is just you got to put in work. I'm not gonna tell you you're gonna
No,
sleep.
facts. Facts.
I ain't telling you that. I ain't gonna tell you no lie that you're gonna have to put in work. I'm
A
not gonna
lot
tell
of
you.
work for 40 grand every 2 weeks. That's a lot of work. Don't I'm gonna tell something opposite of what Tamika says. So we ain't it's not a battle. Is I think you need to go work for somebody. Why is they're gonna teach you how to get contracts, they're gonna teach you how to get customers, they're gonna teach you how to build, they're gonna teach you how to communicate. I tell people when you're young, like Keep It Techie say, go work for one of the big vendors, because if one of the customers like you can take them from the big vendor, but they teach you how this industry works. There's a lot of things that I just learned when I worked with Booz Allen and Deloitte and see their methodologies they have. Most of their methodologies are bullshit, but customers love that. They love that terminology, and that teaches you how to do business. You just even if if you don't know how to do business, you're not gonna get any customers, right?
Yeah.
So you need to go work for somebody and learn how to do business, learn how to build, and when you're ready, like Tamika said, you can get the 40 grand. I ain't got 40 grand every 2 weeks. I don't know what hell Tamika doing for 40 grand every 2 weeks, but I do all right. But
I ain't on a pole. I can tell you that.
I wasn't going there. See, this is Women in Linux. I'm not going there. I'm respecting the panel. Professor
on the
Black Ops
pole.
just started that out. I'm just throwing that out. I'm
Yeah, but
respecting
working
the
for a
panel.
vendor,
No, you
working for a vendor definitely has its perks. Like when I was in the mortgage
Facts.
industry, I went to mortgage processing school, and my homegirl, she was like, when you get this certificate, go work for a mortgage, go work for a bank, go work for the lender, go work for a lender. I worked for the lender, and after I worked for a lender for about a year or two, when I opened my own mortgage processing company, I was getting top dollar for processing loans, and everything that I did was a slam dunk. And people that wanted the loan officers that wanted to deal with me, they were going to pay my premium price because they knew they was going to close. But I didn't play any games because I knew exactly what they wanted, and I spoke their language.
Mhm.
And so they love to see my files coming. So it you can't go in there and just, hey, I just graduated and I'm starting a company. Some people do it. Some people have the resources and able in order to do that. But working for the big dog at times has its perks.
And
Yeah, and
another.
it's also. Oh, I'm sorry. Go
Go
ahead.
no, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say and I'll quickly say this, but is really eye opening when you see how much these companies are actually getting paid for the positions that you're sitting in. So it's crazy. Like I was in a position to see, because you typically don't see that, but since I was over in uniform before, I had a relationship with the person that was managing the military side, that was managing the contracts, and I was able to see how much, you know, this company was actually getting for my position. Is almost double. Like, I was getting paid, and I'll just throw it out there. I was getting paid 220 a year. The company was actually pulling in almost 600,000 just for that position, that one position. You know what I'm saying? For me, you know what I'm saying? And they had like 30 or 40 other positions on the contract. So it's very eye-opening, but I learned, you know, working those contracts and understand, and then realizing how these companies actually do this and how much money they're actually making. You know, going out, venturing out on your own, you'll have that, you know, understanding of, you know, how much you can actually make. So
Yeah, and you have to look at it like this: if a company can offer you, say, 300,000, right? Especially if you're on a government contract, if they can offer you 300,000, how much are they really charging back to the government, right?
And not blinking, and they have not only you, but they got 100 people over there.
But not only that, you have to remember they got a certain goal for a profit margin that they're trying to meet, right? So that's why I was talking last night. There's always some wiggle room because they got it planned out for you staying there for the year, your pay increase of anywhere from 2 to 5%, depending on what you're doing. And then they probably have that set out for the entire length of that contract, whether it's a 3-year contract or a 5-year contract or a 3-year with 2 options. So they have that planned out. So the money that you're coming in asking for, they've already accounted for that. They already know their range. Don't let people tell you they don't have a range. They got a range. I'm going to read to you what somebody sent over to me this morning. I'm just going to read it out to you. It says, Twinkle would love to connect with you in the DC area. We're flexible on the compensation and offer outstanding benefits. I have no idea what flexible on on compensation means. It means a lot to me. So then when I hear that, I'm throwing wild and crazy numbers out there because I don't know what you mean. You know what exactly is that you got in mind. Stop playing with me. You already know.
Nice.
So it's now I have to play the game. But when you say flexible, what's your range do you mean? Okay, not the I mean this right here. What you make now, what I make now ain't got nothing to do with you.
They want to see how far you're gonna cut in their budget.
Yeah, they'll undercut you in a heartbeat too. You know what I'm saying?
They just want to know how much.
Yeah.
Like, oh no, we can't do that. No, because you trying to get paid off my back. No, you need to come up a little bit.
You are a resource. I used to work with Oracle, and we had this big time Oracle consultant. I was young, and he said his bill rate just nonchalant. He said, "Yeah, my bill rate is $350 an hour." And in my mind, I was like, "That's $700,000 you paying this to?" So I I was like 25. I follow that dude around. They're like, "Why you following Jim around?" I'm like, I'm trying to figure out how the hell make $350 an hour, man. So at the end, the contract's winding down. We talking about, okay, who's gonna cut it? He's a cool guy. He goes, dude, mine's 700,000. I trained y'all up. Call me if y'all need me. I'm just gonna leave. Then y'all other 10 lowly consultants can stay. I was like, oh, good looking out for us, Jim. But his total bill rate was $700,000, and he said it really nonchalant.
Yeah. And that's why I say when I was at the conference and the guy was like, for every skill you acquire, and you can all the way take that all the way to a certification, you add on $50 an hour. And when we were walking out of the conference, he was like, Tamika, look, he's like, there are people in here that are getting paid $500 an hour. He was like,
in this conference right here, right now.
Right.
We were like blinking.
I was like, okay. He was like, so don't turn down, you know what I'm saying? No, turn down whatever he's like, anybody come to you less than what you're talking about, turn it down, be able to walk away. And he was saying $500 an hour, and he was like, that's at a minimum. So I'm just giving you what they get, what they're giving me, and what's out there. And if we want to sit on the sidelines and for us to argue about if $40,000 is gonna cut it for us for a year on a whole family with a man with a wife and 2 kids, and she over there playing Susie Homemaker or what have you, and y'all are starving and vice versa and whatever, man. It's just too much money to be made out here. I want all us to win. I want all us to have money.
Facts. Facts.
It's to me. I'm not here for all that other stuff. I'm here for us to be in the game, and right now
We ain't even in. We ain't close to being in the game. Like you said, I'm by the C-suite because I give them security advice because I've been in the game a long. But we not in the C-suite. We don't talk about budgeting, like you said. Usually, I'm the only one, even at that level, and I'm really not a manager. I'm an advisor for a consulting company. So now, like you said, I worked at Oracle. I mean, you interviewed at Oracle. It's probably 0.006 black people work for Oracle. I was an Oracle DBA for 5 years. I mean, I ain't good on it, but that ain't crazy money.
do most private entities, I guess that's what they have, government contracts? When you say
No.
private entities, are you referring to like the SAICs or something like that? But I mean,
I think she's talking about commercial, regular companies. So I'm saying no, but like you said, maybe I'm reading that
I don't
wrong.
know. Like AWS is in the government space. Microsoft is in the government space.
Well,
Like it just depends on what company it is.
No,
But
true.
those are also publicly traded companies. as
Yeah, but
well.
I'm thinking like, regular companies like insurance companies, a lot of them.
I mean, it depends. I mean,
No, that's true.
Our for-profit company works in the government space, and if you look at a RFP, shoot, it could be anything from nails to semi-automatic weapons to
Facts.
grass.
Facts.
Like
Facts.
it's so many different things. So a lot of it just depends on that company.
No, that's true.
Yeah, they some of them do dabble in it or whatever in government contracts. Like I work for a company called ABM, and they specifically focus, or most of the majority of what they do is, it seems like is mostly like security. They provide security in a lot of like regular buildings around
Okay.
cities, depending
Physical
on where they are.
security.
Physical.
Yeah, like
Okay.
physical security. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
they have like a separate section or entity of their company that works with the government doing government contracts. So yeah.
Is Gail Lockett still out there? I don't know if she's still here or not. But to answer another part of your question, Snuggle 668, is on the side of the house when we're talking about government contracting, you can get into government contracting. You can get your little, I don't want to say your little cert, but you can get your certification. But the best thing to do is partner with somebody. Partner with somebody who's going into prime. You don't have to be prime. You can be on the side of being a subcontractor to that prime. Subcontractors eat well. The Platform One contract. Now I need to do a whole deep dive on government contracting. But anyway, the Platform One contract is a $556 trillion contract.
That's what a T, trillion with a T, everybody.
Yeah,
with
and you can go look that up. It's on their site. And it is going to be doled out over time. Places like Wind River, HPE, Dell, Refactor R, the one I brought up, is another one. Various companies from Leidos, of course, your SAIC, your Raytheon, your L3 Harris, all of those. But again, there's a requirement from them that they have to farm out 20% of that to small businesses, right? And then there's also a mandate for minority-owned businesses. What does that mean? What does minority-owned mean, right?
I'm about to get in trouble in a minute. Go ahead. I'm about to say something I shouldn't, but go ahead.
What does that mean?
Put yourself on mute and say it.
Nah, I'm gonna say it so everybody can hear. Go ahead, Tamika.
I'm done. Go ahead. Talk your talk.
Yeah, I'm great. Let me take a deep breath.
Woosah? Do we have to woosah?
I'm a woosah.
Okay.
70% of small-owned businesses are controlled by white women who married to powerful white men, because I know guys that set that contract up. So we need to physically make them separate that to people of color, minorities, and not have white women because they're dominating that. Because one of my best friends, he did it. I said, I'm ashamed of you, but you got to give me some of that money, homie. I need to make some. If you get some of that, I need a little bit of that.
Yeah.
So we need to make sure what that. And on top of that, the cloud version of it is the Jedi because they gave it out to Azure, but now Biden's about to split up that $10 billion into Azure, Rackspace, all the other vendors.
Well, they did it quietly already, right? People didn't pay attention to it.
I missed it. Did they divide it up? I know they said they were going to do it.
See, it was another contract, right? It was the Jedi contract, and then there was another contract, and that other contract was quiet. It's already been awarded. It was a multi-cloud strategy contract.
Okay.
It had no award number given out. They didn't give out an award number. Who won that contract? Amazon,
Facts.
Oracle,
Facts.
Azure, Rackspace. It was just a multi-cloud strategy contract that was probably 9 times out of 10 right about 200 billion. No one talked about it. No one said anything. Everybody was playing, they was playing the game with, here's the Jedi contract. It's 10 billion. Yay.
Right.
We're going to go ahead and give you this contract.
Facts. That's how it works.
Everybody was worried about this over here when they were already giving it out. That's already been done. That was done last year, right?
I missed it. See, that's why I need to come to Women in Linux. I'm getting game. I missed it.
You
missed it.
Right? So that was already done. So the Jedi contract, just to them go back and forth, to me, it's just a formality. It's just something to talk about. It's something to do.
It's a compliance.
Right.
It's compliance. That's all.
Yeah, I agree with you guys though. We as Black folks need to hop into this contract space because I know a lot of these contracts that are awarded the government, and I'm not 100% sure about it. I've talked to people that do some contracting with the government, and based on my knowledge or based on what they've told me, that the government does require them to give like certain percentages to subcontractors.
It is
on the main contracts. It's like a requirement within it. So if we have businesses set up that provide these services, you know what I'm saying, and we can possibly get on as a sub, like you guys were saying.
A sub, I'm gonna tell you, none of this is without work. Like it takes work. It takes everybody has to have their work, their role within. If you're joint partnering on there, when it comes to answering the RFPs, be in a timely fashion. When you guys are meeting to write after you do your work, who's going to be business development, who's staying in front of the face of your OSTAFU, your local PTAC, because it's like any other business. It's about relationships, and it's not like you go in there today and you're going to get a contract. You might have to write for our responses to RFP before you even win your first contract. What does that look like for you? Money wise. So I mean, it's so many things, and I'm glad that we are in the space. But we had to kind of step back a little bit because it was just like, okay, we've been up at 5 a.m. Where is everybody?
Yep. So it is also so it's also understanding, reading through the actual RFP. You're going to have to read that RFP at least 3 or 4 times. You're going to have to go through and actually answer the question that they want, solve it. If it's 5 pages they want, you give them 5 pages. Time Roman, no single space, no more, no less. That's what it is. If they want diagrams or whatnot, sometimes it's a phone call. Sometimes you'll get a contracting officer that'll call you and say, hey, we need y'all to respond to this contract for X, Y, and Z. Veteran Affairs is looking for somebody. Everybody is always looking for something. You just got to be ready to answer the call. How do you have your business credit set up? Because you may win a contract and you don't have no employees. So you need to make payroll for them first 90 days. So how do you get that set up to make payroll for the first 90 days for that? You're going to need to look at how to vet people. The one thing that's going to always stand true, they're going to always require clearances unless they're doing something that they say that you can do a one-way transfer on. We're going to let you do this unclass, do a one-way transfer and shoot it up on the high side. However, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna be a U.S. citizen. 9 times
Facts.
out of 10, you need to be geared up to get ready to get your background checked.
Be very specific. FBI background check because
Yeah.
I play in it. You get an FBI fingerprinted background check. Be
Yeah.
very specific.
Right. And then you also need to be ready to talk to your neighbor and let your neighbor know somebody coming over to knock on their door. So if you don't know
Facts.
your neighbor, you're gonna know your neighbor.
Facts.
You're gonna get to know your neighbor quite swiftly.
'Cause
And
they
the
gon-
people
they
in your
gon'
house. So
ask.
now it's
I-
your circle. Now your circle changes
Facts.
because you like, due to the nature of my job, I can't
Facts.
deal with you no more.
Yeah,
I can't. I mean, love you,
yeah,
we family, but you got to be over.
And
Yeah.
if you argue with your neighbor, you better bake them a cake because they can mess your whole job up.
right, right. So it's those little nuances that happen around the whole security clearance process, but not only the around that security clearance process. That's one part of it, right? The other part is finding the people who can get through that process. So that's why Amazon went back to the government and said, "Hey, we're getting on the board to say we want to legalize marijuana because they
Facts.
can't find nobody to go through the drug screening to get into the clearance arena because 9 times out of 10, who all got them? HP, Red Hat, Dell, whoever's those vendors that work with them, they already have those people that are clear already. And so those people are not going to come for a new project, come leave their job where they're making 220, 230, 240, 250, 300 to come work with somebody that might get a contract, that might come down. So yeah, it's just one of those things, right? So when I say skill up, I'm telling you to skill up so you can at least get in the pipeline to get on a government contract. I think everybody who's attempting to go after a government contract should work a government contract.
Facts.
And the only reason why I say that is so you can understand how to talk to customers,
Facts.
so you can understand how to relate to customers. When you don't understand how to get the customer requirements and their need, and you've never ran a contract, it's just not, it just don't bode well. So now you need to understand how to gather requirements, what the different positions are, what position does the scrum master play, who's the point of contact on other teams, and how to talk to them, how to, I don't want to say grease palms, but get information that you need.
No, you need
So
to
you
grade
can-
palms. You need to
Yeah.
take people to lunch. You need
right.
to learn how to golf. My nickname Chunky Woods. I've been on a golf course with a lot of white generals, man. I'm Chunky Woods. I'll be killing them too, but you gotta get your golf game tight now for real, because that's
Right.
how business is done at that level.
Right. And I am a pro fan of going to Top Golf. I
Nah,
am a
we
pro fan.
we-
I'm gonna tell you why. For the ladies, right? I'm a pro fan of going to learn what club is what, how to swing, what's going on. Go to Top Golf, do this. Now, when you go out there, you got your
To me.
lessons and go from there. That's
To
just
But
me.
you
me.
also got to go to the Christmas party because the Christmas
Nah,
party, that's
I
when
ain't going to
the
Christmas party.
Christmas party and
I'm
the
about to
conference,
say one more thing, then I'm gonna shut
they
up before I
show
get in
out.
trouble.
They show. You got to
They
get
do,
it when they show
but
out, though.
When
You gotta
people
get it
get
when they show
drunk,
out.
stuff be said. So sometimes I don't want to hurt nobody. That's all I'm saying. But shout out to Tamika. I'm gonna give you a little story, Tamika. I bought a golf game. I spent $1,000 on golf lessons. I got real good. I pay people with expertise to help me.
Right.
Like I might need you to help me with Kubernetes. I'm gonna pay you. I got me a golf instructor, so they nicknamed me Chunky. True story. I'm at DOD. There's a golf outing 9 holes after work. I'm playing with a 2-star general. I don't even know it. We walking down the hallway. This dude got security. He yells out, "What's up, Chunky Woods? When we going to lunch?" People are saluting him. I was like, "Oh, whenever, sir." They're like, "You know that dude? He's a 2-star general." I'm like, "We just golfed 9 holes yesterday. I was talking to him for 3 hours." So we just got cool.
This is a true story. This is a true story. All right, so the company was getting ready to get I think they had signed the paperwork already.
Is this story okay for this show?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. And this was the former, he's not there anymore, CEO of CACI. Came into the office, everybody's walking around, he's walking around, hey everybody, blah 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 blah, shake your hand, boom boom boom. All right, so he comes up to my office, and at the time, I had just bought my F type. I had an F type convertible, and it was sitting outside in the parking lot. And so he came to my office, this, that, and the other, and everybody introduced themselves. And I was like, I'm gonna be honest with everybody, I'm not gonna remember all your names. So, it is what it is. And so he was like, well, you only need to remember one name, and that's my name, because call me King. I say, if I gotta call you King, you gonna call me Queen. You remember that. And so when every time we would have like an event, or he would come down, he was like, where Tamika at? Where the Queen at? Where's Queen at? It would here's my number. Call me whenever you need something. Right? That was the CEO of CACI, and everybody was looking like, what the hell? So when he was in the conference, we had all hands from people from DC, Colorado, and all that. He on the screen. He's like, is the Queen in the house? I was like, I am. What's going on, King? How you doing? Just a matter of fact like that. And everybody's like, what, y'all know each other? No. You all do all this. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, sir. No, sir. No, he put his pants on the same way I do. He's just a regular dude. How you doing? What's going on? What's up? What we doing? What y'all doing down here? What's the plan? No, yeah, maybe, could be, and that's it. And you keep it pushing. Like I'm just, that's honest, that happened. And then ever since then, like, he'll randomly hit me up on LinkedIn. I'm like, what's going on with you? What you doing? Where you at? But I say this: when you want to get in rooms with people, you need to show up. You need to do your research, so you know what you're showing up for. And then get in there and network. If somebody don't want to talk to you, there's 20 other people that's gonna want to talk to you. If you don't get but one contact out of that room, mission accomplished. But make sure you get a contact out of that room that you can always follow up with to get another contract, because that's what government contracting is. That's what jobs are. That's why I tell y'all to be a part of these open source projects and so forth.
Facts.
That's just it. We had some comments, Dion.
There we go. I put them on the screen.
Oh, you did?
I did. You were in your story.
A guy to make money. Called in Evelyn, Miami. You funny. You said I would pass the drug background test and skilling up. I need a guidebook. Oh yeah, we could create one. I appreciate everybody coming out today. I hope everybody had fun. I hope you got knowledge. I hope you're able to take what was said today and use it. Don't forget to go follow Steve Buchanan over on Pluralsight. Don't forget to go shout out him on Twitter and LinkedIn. I'm going to do my follow-up with him as well, because we were wanting to do some other work as well. You'll probably start seeing that come to, you'll probably see us blast that across social media. For those of you that are looking for one-on-ones with us, we have our one-on-ones as well. And then again, like, hey, don't be afraid to come up and ask questions. We had two other people here, two other fellas here. Like we see the women come up. Where the other fellas at? Where's your other fellow men in tech?
They are in the chat. They are live in the chat. Hey, we get it how we can get it.
Yeah,
if you're in the chat, you contribute in the chat.
I'm gonna have to get on Snuggles after this meeting, though. Me and Snuggles gonna have a conversation.
D, you want to do a giveaway? It was the $100 giveaway.
Our stream was a little struggle on after a 5-hour stream. It finally cut us out, and we were in the midst of a giveaway.
After just 5 hours?
After just 5 hours, I had to stay in my desk up. I was like, "Oh my goodness, they're gonna go all night."
Yeah, y'all in TLA, y'all be doing some streams now. I gotta take a nap now. I'm old.
This was our first stream that was that long, and I was, like I said, I had to stay in my desk up and get on, and I have like a little exerciser underneath and get on the exerciser because I was
No,
like,
D, I
oh,
ain't doing all that. I'm too fat. I ain't exercising while I'm talking. That's too much, D.
well, I mean, I wasn't talking. I was being a super
No,
producer, but I
no.
couldn't believe that the time was shooting by like that because everybody was having such a good time.
You need
So
to start doing like the man. You need to tell them. Y'all need to start hitting the Cash App. You know, like they don't hit the Cash App.
well, we finally have our super chat feature. So we shout out to all the people that gave us some super chats today. So we are super chatting it now.
Okay,
So
okay.
I mean, you know, we are a nonprofit.
Linda, why,
So
Linda,
you
why
hit
was
it.
your back hurting? Linda, why was your back hurting?
Shut up. My back hurting. I feel Linda, man. We got to get y'all channel bigger, man. I'm surprised you only got 1,600. What y'all
Let
got?
me tell you,
We've been slow.
so
We've been slow and steady.
yeah, let me tell you. So our YouTube has always been a repository for our meetup videos. So all we would do was take our recordings and just upload them to YouTube and tell everybody that's where to go because we have literally a million things going on. So that's what we were doing. Well, the Panini came and it's still here. And we were like, okay, well, we wanted to start back up our podcast, but we didn't want to go through doing the podcast, then doing the production and all that stuff. So we like, let's live stream. Let's do that. So we literally just started live streaming a couple of months ago. So all of the programs that you've seen are just happened in a couple of months. And this is a fairly new show that we're doing, but we're 36 episodes into our tech stocks and jobs that we have at 11:30. We do Howie Linux. This is our 14th episode. We did a whole series on Go. So we also are looking for instructors as well. So if you want to collab with Women in Linux and put on a series, a 10 episode series, let's
In
chat
what?
about it.
I could pick the topic.
Yeah, yeah, we can collab on it. We can discuss it.
Let me know. We a collab our stream. I definitely want to, like I said, contribute because Tamika be dropping so much knowledge. So I do a little series on mine, but I definitely do I pick one of
and we just asked for 10 episodes because we know it's a lot getting a show together and prepping it. So we have one on already from Vladimir. He did that on Go. We did an AMA that went really, really well. So we just got our hours up. Now we're monetizing and we're really, really grateful that we got it through. So everybody came through, supported in that. And so, we're appreciative.
Yeah, we'll chop it up. We'll pick some. Like I said, I want to do Stigs, but every time I do Stigs, nobody likes it. So I'm going to pick something else.
Well, Stigs bring you joy. So do something that brings you joy. And the people that's looking for Stigs to come.
But I'm trying to, help y'all numbers. Stigs is just such a high level federal. Most people say it's too hard. They don't like it. So.
Let me tell you, I was going through our content and a lot of our really technical videos, they've gotten the most views. And because it's a niche. So people are looking for that because the higher up you go, it's just like, who's doing that? And so people hit the same channel. So if it's somebody talking about it, then, let's bring them on because we give you the 360 here. So if you got a topic, and again, I want it to be something that brings you joy so that you can just go ahead and be happy doing it and it's not feeling like work. Because once it feels like work, we're not good.
No, that's good. We'll chop it up and figure it out.
Yeah, let me know as well. I mean, if you guys want me to contribute some kind of way as well. I just took on some other, I guess, a lot of companies have started hitting me up, which, I wasn't prepared for or whatever. Like, I'm gonna be working with Rocky Linux pretty soon. So, they supposed to be, taking over for CentOS and all that stuff, or not really taking over, but be the for sure. So
I actually want to do I've been thinking about this is doing like a Linux game, like a Linux bake off, like just hey, here's a build out, here's the architecture, who can get it built the quickest. Let's talk about how you're doing it, like maybe gamify Linux, right? Getting people to come in and like, okay, I can do this part, I can do that part. It's really more like a collaboration, but getting people to understand, like, you're doing it live, you're under pressure. Yeah, like I want to do stuff like that. That stuff is fun for me because now it really gets you into that interview phase of like, okay, well, you got to build out this. You got to write up this Terraform stuff. You got 1 hour to do it, to build it out, configure it, make sure it passed the security check from Professor.
Ain't nobody gonna do that to me. Ain't nobody gonna do that. You gonna embarrass people live and in real person, man. No.
So it's about learning. It's about learning.
That's the difference between men and women right there. D is learning. I'm thinking my ass about to be embarrassed live and in person.
It's about learning. Then you know where you need to brush up your skills at.
You trying to trick me, D? You trying to trick me?
Oh, absolutely not.
I'll be up for it though. Shout out. Yeah, I'm working actually on that, D. Linda D. I'm working on my AWS Cloud Practitioner because I'm here to get my sit for the AWS Associate Architect. That's my 2022 goals.
Got you.
I'm trying to get in there. So yeah, that's real interesting to me. Cause that's a lot of pressure though.
It's okay. It don't have to be an hour. It could be 2 or 3.
You know, we do tech over here.
Yeah,
we high tech over here.
Yeah, y'all doing tech. As my man said twice. That's tech.
Yeah, we do tech. I love it. I even put it. I posted on Keep It Techy. Like, let's have a Linux Bake Off. Yeah, let's do this.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm down. No, just let me know. Yeah, I mean,
my Linux ain't that good. I ain't signing up for that.
Well, you need to come to play.
No, but you can set up the part in the pipeline where we do a stig on it. Pass a security compliance.
I got
it. Get the results like you didn't pass. Like, damn,
fast. I did a video on that for Red Hat. It was 300 checks. Yeah, that's like 300 checks for a Red Hat Linux. People think that's easy. I'm like, dude, that's 300 big boy checks. That's real stuff right there.
Right.
Because I told you talking about Stigs. I was like, oh, that's my love language. Don't nobody talk about Stigs. Last Stig video I did, I got like 9 views. They hurt my feelings. I got like 9 views. So
that's all good. But we did want to give away. We had $100 giveaway that we were gonna do Thursday night. We're gonna do it today. We got 33 people online. I'm gonna leave this up to the panel and D on what you're thinking. We should I'm thinking $100.
I say just pick up where you left off with $100. It was gonna be for
the
same question. So Rodrigue would know his question was gonna get answered.
Oh, what was the question?
You have to look in your messages because I typed it in your messages just to make sure we didn't forget. So let me go back because I'll probably find it before you do it.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna drop down, guys. I'm just sit in the chat and I'll be no problem. And keep doing what y'all doing. I really love what you guys are doing, and I'm actually share this stream now as well. So y'all have a good one.
All right, appreciate you.
Check you later, man.
Okay, so the question was, what is the default runtime container time in Red Hat Enterprise Linux?
Oh, what is the default container runtime in Linux? Yeah, what is the default container runtime in
Red Hat Enterprise Linux?
Red Hat Enterprise Linux.
Enterprise Linux.
All right, so that's the question. $100 giveaway. Keep it simple. Make it fun for you. Let us know what that is. Oh, Cisco V was like pot man. And that is the answer. So drop us D. You got to get his info.
You can send it to me at womenandwomeninlinux.com. If you're in our Slack, you can hit me up in the Slack. I'm at D. But go ahead and send me your information. And it was $100 gift certificate. Was it a gift certificate for something?
It could be a gift certificate or it could be a cash app. It don't matter.
Facts.
Yeah, it don't matter.
Giveaway.
Yep.
Okay, so share cash app you, but send me your information.
Yeah. Yep. Did somebody put in a chat that you could make somebody become a YouTube meme? They're gonna be messing up on these challenges.
They talking about you.
Nah, Professor Hopp's gonna be on the sideline waiting for the security section.
Hey, everybody got their part to play. That's
and I want to make sure I get Snuggles. This is for my penance. I know not what I do. Innocent little old me. I was just here minding my business, trying to learn from the greats.
Yeah,
And
she's on this relationship channel I'm on, so we always kind of in that relationship question. She know where I'm talking about. They took this week off. We always in the red pill conversation. So
oh God,
I'm too old. I got to get out of them conversations. That's a snuggle lane. I'm way too old to be in those conversations.
man, that's draining. I go in there sometimes, but I be
No.
like,
They used to have a tech section in there, so I used to help them in the tech session. They had these various ones, but the end we kind of like a red pill. I'm like, dude, I'm kind of old for that. Man. That's a young man's game.
yeah.
And stop saying you old. You're not that old.
Oh, I'm 53. I'm aging in dog years, young lady. It's hard out here, man. It's hard out here.
I'm 46 years old.
Yeah,
Please
you
stop
just getting in
saying
tech though. Wait till you get deep in tech. Tamika tell you when you're in your room by yourself and everybody's staring at you, waiting for you to save the day, man. It be kind of draining sometimes.
Oh, she loves it. She loves it.
I love it too, but it'd be like,
She loves it. Because she just let like they say out there, that she just let the pig feet simmer. She like, it's gonna happen. I know it's gonna happen. So I'm just gonna get back and wait for it.
No, true. I get a lot of imposter syndrome questions on my channel, which I think is the weirdest thing, but
I mean, people don't know what they don't know. So when you don't know something, it's just like, can I do it? Can I not do it? But also they don't know that they're speaking with somebody with 20 years experience in their journey. They just didn't learn it overnight. And that's what gets to me. Like, at this age, my mom said, you're going to college. But she didn't tell me what I was going to college for. It was just like, you're going to go to college. You really didn't have any direction. We were latchkey kids. It's like, this is what you're going to do. And this is how you're going to do it. So a lot of stuff for us came in an unconventional way. And so being that for me, that my mom is an educator and I was always in school. I was in school when I was not in school. I was at her school when I was not at school. So this being in tech has finally given me the freedom to explore and to be gentler on myself about what that means. And if I need to in learning how I learn, because everybody takes in information differently. And so when you understand that about yourself and you get in your zone, you're just like, okay, it becomes easier. Okay, I don't understand this. How do I get the information so I know? I need a little bit more foundational skills. That's okay. Right. That's okay, because once you get in the job and you realize how many other imposters is in there and you winning because of the 100%. Work that you pull in, you like, oh my God, I have put myself mentally through hell and back working with these morons. Don't nobody know what they're doing.
Right. Keep it techie, and Cisco V, we appreciate you on the super chats there. We appreciate you. And Coda Evelyn said that 46 lives more like 31. Hey man,
thank you.
Hey man, I'll be 47 this year, so it is what it is. Right? I'll be 47 this year, so I am excited about life. If you want to keep it young, simple things to do is take out your stress. When people are start to get on your nerves, you don't have many. So you know how to abort. You know how to control out delete real quick. And keep it pushing. And go from there, and then the other part of tech is understanding again how to make your money so you can have that rest, that those your needs met, your vacation time, being able to relax, take your days off. We don't talk about it a lot, right? We have said, go out and make your money, but it's a reason for that, right? It's a reason for you being able to have that money so that you can go and take a vacation or relax, even if it's a staycation. They'll tell you, man, if I go to a conference or if I go out of town, I don't go nowhere. I'd be so excited to be in a hotel room. I get a hotel room. I get a hotel that got everything. Oh, they got a bar. They got a little happy hour at the bar.
No,
They got
facts.
they got a rooftop. Uh,
Oh,
She don't leave the room.
I'm with her.
All of that is for me
Oh,
because she will
fact.
not leave the room.
Oh man,
And
I be
it's
peeping.
hilarious. It's hilarious how
Yeah,
somebody
fact.
will not leave the room. And I'm
I'm with her.
like,
I'm
that's
worse
not
than
the
D. I be
point.
trying to go to the spa. I be looking like a broke P. Diddy. I be going there with my little robe on, trying to get me a little massage with my little flip flops on.
Hey,
I'm with D. I'm like, I need a spa because I need a little massage before I get this thing.
I take me a tour. She already know I'm putting my bags down and I'm gonna go take a tour of the hotel to see what the spa is looking like, what the food is looking like, when is everything closed, what's close by. That's just what I do.
yeah,
Facts.
and
I'm gonna scope it out.
I'm like, ooh, it looks like a comfortable bed. Do they have room service? Awesome.
Facts.
I'll be
Facts.
all over the city and back.
Facts.
Give me room service. That's just me. But again, enjoy your life, right? You make all this money in tech, and that was one before the billions last night. We were talking about this. You make all this money, and you don't have anyone to enjoy it with. Well, you do, right? You have to sometimes create that space for yourself, whether it's friends, whether it's family, or whether it's just going out and just meeting people. You meet more people just going out. I'm not saying smile. I'm just saying,
This
just
is
talk.
nice to be nice. You never know
Yeah.
what you run into.
Yeah.
Facts.
And you just and we live in Florida, so you could be sitting next to a millionaire. You can be
Facts.
sitting next to somebody who owns
I call them the
30%.
shark tycoons. You know, when
Yeah.
they had the little white hair with the little Billy D in the back.
No, it's
The
true.
little
Yeah. So it just you never know. But I say all that to say is you control the energy in your space. And when you control the energy in your space, and when I say that, I'm talking positive energy in your space.
Facts.
You control that and keep yourself healthy. Um, it goes a long way. You start to see clear. You have your morning walks, your morning talks.
you start getting the Benjamin Button.
Facts. Facts. And put no in your vocabulary. The older I get, the more I say no. When I was younger, I used to just try to do everything and help anybody. But now I'd be like, no, I can't do that, homie. Get with me later. No.
Hey, I got cussed out for no.
That mean they deserved it.
I got cussed out for no. I
But
just like, it is what it is. But hey,
facts.
I want to
Facts.
keep us. I want to keep us healthy. I want to keep us long. I see a lot of black men not in my circle, just black men that I've known over time, and just even celebrities. You all are dying before 60. That's a problem.
I'm interrupting you. I was on another panel and it was a black male nurse, and he said, and I just bust out like, damn, I only got 7 years to go. I gotta get it together. I'm close to 60. I gotta get it together. But those are facts. Those are real numbers.
I'm not lying. I'm not lying. You look across the board. Y'all dying before
right.
60, right?
But that number, I was like, damn, I'm 53. I'm close to 60. I gotta eat better, get on this diet, man. Drink more water. I'm over here drinking pop. I'm violating my own thing.
I got
I'm
my
so
water
tired.
right here, right?
I know, but y'all was going so hard. I had to get some caffeine. I wasn't gonna make it.
Yeah, and I bring it up not in a haha funny manner,
facts.
but in a manner of like, yo, what is going on?
Concern.
And go to the doctor, man. Do them colonoscopies. You ain't get yourself checked up, man. I'm throwing that out. Take your health, man. I had to beg my homies to go to the doctor. I'm like, dude, we 50, man. You can't be missing no doctor's visits. I'm challenging all the dudes. Get to the doctor, man. Get yourself checked out. You don't have to tell nobody what happened to you. Just go to the damn doctor. That's all I got.
It's preventive at this stage in the game. Like, and your health insurance pay more out for preventive maintenance. It's like just check your car. You go and wash your car up and shine it up and make sure it's running. Make sure you're running.
Right. And I just want to, like I say, I just want to make sure that, when we're having these dialogues, right, whether it's you and a guy or a panel or we're having an honest dialogue, right? We're actually being totally transparent about what is actually going on. Like, and this number 60 is before COVID. This ain't a
Facts.
COVID number.
Facts.
This is a number before COVID. So what is actually going on with our health, or you know, our fathers not talking to young men about it, or where's the knowledge gap at, and don't put it on your upcoming girlfriend or spouse to be talking about, baby, why you ain't been to the hospital since I met you and we've been dating 5 years. Like,
not 5 years, but facts.
don't put that on her. Don't punish her.
Facts.
Right? Don't put that on her. Right? Know what's been going on with you and your health and so forth and so on. Just because you feel fine don't mean you're fine, right? There's plenty of people that have walked out their house and just died because they thought they were just fine. So, you know, I just want to make sure we're at least having that dialogue about peace, about health, about wealth, about, you know, you can't create generational wealth if you're dead and you haven't put nothing in place to create that generational wealth, right? So I just want to make sure we do that.
I'm a holistic
approach.
I'm gonna add it. I'm gonna add this to what she said is we got to get some life insurance. If I see another GoFundMe, especially for an actor like AJ, what we doing? We can't secure the bag and not get life insurance. Come on, life insurance, especially when you're young, that shit's dirt cheap.
Yep, I got all kinds
of. It's dirt cheap when you old. Like it's cheap. It's you can get a policy for $20.
Especially when you work. My employer, that you can get it dirt cheap. Then you can add an extra $1 and you get like another $50,000 worth of policy for every $1 you add. It's something crazy low like that. So
my mama was like, you know, I got a policy on you, and hell, I was married and moved on. She's like, oh, I still got a policy on you. Yeah, I got a policy on you.
Yeah, so that's the last thing I'm gonna say. If I see another GoFundMe, especially for an actor like AJ, how your wife taking up a GoFundMe, man? You were in 8 movies and shit. Man. That's crazy.
Yeah, she got
in the 99s and the 2000s though. That was
she got 45,000, but he was still doing work, right?
He was still doing minor stuff. He was still in a lot of minor. Look out there, he was doing minor movies.
Yeah, I don't know. But then that begs the question on what she was doing.
If you got cable and don't have life insurance, it's a problem.
Facts, D. Come on, D. Now you talking there. D over there glowing, throwing out gems on him.
Yeah. I
mean, the cable bill is $200 when you can get at least. I know for a fact you can get a $50,000 life insurance policy for $20 a month, and it only take $3,000 to really bury a person.
My mother did it the opposite. She actually went to the cemetery and she was paying on all her stuff. She paid on her plot, her casket. So when she died, I had to pay it out. But the weird thing is, she had everything picked out. So I didn't have to pick anything out. She had her dress hung up. She wanted to be buried in all white. So that just made everything for easy. I just paid the little rest of it off. So she paid. So I told my son, because he crazy, I'm like, I'm paying on the plot. I got the casket. Just go pay it off. Real quick stories. My mom's super cheap. So I looked at the casket. It was okay. Me and my son, I was like, I'm going to upgrade anything. Me and my son bust out laughing because she go, you know, grandmama don't want you to spend no extra money on her. She did. She talking about God. She don't want you to spend no money on casket. I was like, leave it as it is, man. So we just started laughing. She don't want to spend no extra money.
The same thing. My grandmother, she paid for everything, and she told my aunt, who was the oldest, she said, she said, you can pick out the casket so I can give you something to do.
Shit, my mom.
And so that's all my aunt had to do. She had everything. She was like, this is exactly what I want, how I want.
Right. That's why I left it alone. But get that life insurance out there, people. Get that life insurance.
Yeah.
The bank can send you you can get your policy from the bank. I know the bank send me all type of little pamphlets to go ahead and get it.
No, you right.
So I mean, the money is the money. The life insurance out there.
That's a cremation. You can go have you a service.
Talking about the $3,000.
$3,000. You can get it for $3,000. And if you want to upgrade that and get you a nice little casket for the viewing, you can probably get out of there for $4,000, $4,500. All of that extra stuff is for the people that we leave here. But everybody knows I want to be a tree. So
She's
Okay.
already
Tree
she's
if you don't
already
have
looked up.
barbecues
She
under
want to
my
be a
tree.
tree. She's
I'll
already
be a
looked this
tree.
up.
I
Take
think
my
I saw
ashes.
that.
Yeah. And I told my mother if she don't pick out what she want, I say I'm gonna turn her into a precious stone and wear her around my neck.
Ooh, I'm leaving that one alone.
And she said, "Okay, I'm gonna get it done," because she didn't want to be a birthstone because her birthstone is aquamarine. I said, "I'm gonna turn you into your birthstone," and she was like, "Don't play with me."
Facts.
So hey,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
somebody said AJ was on drugs. Oh, we didn't know that.
I didn't know that. Well, I don't
You
know.
can still have life insurance and be on drugs. That's not mutually exclusive. You can be on drugs.
No, I get, yeah, you're right. It's not. Well, I guess what it is that that's not your at the top of mind when you're on drugs. You're
Yeah,
not
but
in your right mind.
AJ had managers. AJ had wife. You take that little piece out for what you need to do, and you could get the little
I mean,
$50 and put on a casket.
In theory, it sounds good, but people not doing that.
Hold on. Now here where y'all gonna come from me. Here where the Mansfield going. But he was leading the household.
She just go step in it. She just wants them to come. I don't want them to come for us.
No, they won't. I'll make a couple calls, man. I know three or four people that know Kevin Samuelson. I can see if I can call a favor. Now, just no, that's true. No, she ain't lying.
No, a 3K funeral, you are not gonna get dug up by wild animals. I'm telling you, because I just buried somebody this year, and of course, when I priced it out, that's how much it came up to with some change. You can get cremated, have you a nice service. Now, if you want a burial plot is like a piece of real estate that might get a little pricey depending on where you live. You can get anything. I've never seen anything under $1,000 for a burial plot, but I'm from California, so we have a whole city for
right?
where we bury the dead, and so a plot there was $9,000 all the way on up, and you can go to other places and outside of the San Francisco Bay Area and get you something a little cheaper, but that's all based on your religious preferences on what you want to do. For me, it's ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I don't want to be in a scary movie where the terrain change and the water come through and my bones just be
You be all right. Shout out to San Francisco. Everything damn expensive out there. Plots and everything. Food. I was out there doing some work in Silicon Valley. I'm like, that's the highest shit I ever seen in my life, man. I was like,
it depends on where you were at, but they got some good.
I was in San Francisco.
Some good food in the city, though.
Oh, I was eating good. They kept trying to give me sushi. I'm like, dude, I'm fat. I want something fried, man. I don't damn sushi.
You get some fried sushi. They'll fry a whole roll for you.
I want a damn hamburger, man. I was working out with these little millennials, flooding pants. I'm like, why y'all flooding, man? I'm old, man. But your pants need to be longer.
Pull your pants down.
Yeah, but I feel them though. I was doing something different. So, they trying. I'm like, dude, you 6'2" and your pants is tight as hell, man. What's going on with that? But I'm old. I'm cool with it. I'm old. That's it. He flooded with no socks on. I'm like, your feet stink. You ain't got no socks on with them.
No, they had those little don't see them socks on. So the socks would be like this big.
I'm about to call him something.
They like half a footy.
Yeah, I better stop talking. I'm gonna get the stream demonetized. We're gonna leave the young guys alone today.
All right, Cisco V. Thank you for her. Don't forget to send me your information so we can go ahead and get
what you got to say. Dinner time. Got that. Have fun. The Mansfield will not be mad at you because what he did was very irresponsible. And Natanya said that Maryland $14K for a funeral plot. Like I said, it's about 10K minimum.
I think I think where my mom was about 3 years. I'm out too. Everybody have a great weekend. I always enjoy it. I got to make your other show. You be having 2 shows on Saturday. I'm like, I got to try to make one of them.
Appreciate it.
It's all good. Just pick one and come and enjoy. The other one, just go back, check it out, play it, whatever case, and then keep it pushing. It's just about investing. We're not giving financial advice. I am just telling people.
That's my homie right there.
What's out there?
Person Center Cyber Miss Soft Skills in the house. I'm glad she showed up. She definitely one of the homies I check out. But yeah, we get together. I'll teach a series for you. I'm definitely that'll be my give back. We'll figure out how that fits in and what that'll be.
All right.
We're not doing it, friend B. We're not doing it.
Yeah, I
All
gotta
right.
go studies too, friend. Be the old people gotta study too. I'm out. Have a great weekend.
All right. All right.
All righty.
You
Thank
say,
you.
and thank you everybody for hanging in there. We leaving, we getting out. We were just wanted to make sure that it was we got Steve on. We talked about everything. Like I say, me and Steve can go again. You all haven't met my others friend, which is Andrew. Andrew can go longer than both of them. He is a wealth of knowledge. He's a sharpshooter. Um, like I say, we talk about everything from AI, machine learning to DevSecOps to building out containers and applications to blockchain to what the future is holding. What is Capital One doing? What is Visa doing? Uh, lawyers in tech, music in tech. I mean, we can go on for hours about where we see tech going and where Linux is at the crux of all of this and how we can really get like I say, I don't need 10 people in one spot. I'll take one and put them in that spot, right? Put them in the space, and then just you hold the door open and get other people to come in behind you. We need to get as many people as we can in different directions in those spaces, and however we need to do it, that's just what it is, right? So I just want everybody to keep that in mind and keep that same energy when you get in this place. And I appreciate you all. And D, any closing words before we get out of here?
Thank you for coming back out. The continued support, we really appreciate it. Thanks.
All right. Y'all be safe. Enjoy your dinner now. And we'll catch you next Saturday.
Wednesday. We have meetup on Wednesday.
We got a meetup on Wednesday, but it won't be live.
No, and then we have a study group on Thursday.
Yep, and that won't be live.
And so we'll see you next Saturday if we just kept our lives. But we do come on out and catch a meetup. And so some of the things that we're talking about, we discuss those on our meetup. We get live here, but depends on what's going on, what the community is talking about. So come join us on Wednesday at meetup.com/women in Linux.
Now I am planning mentally a long stream for the 124 class in a summary format from 4 to 5 hours on that, because I know we have some new people, but I want to do a live stream on how to study and how to pick that apart. We need to go back and cut up some of the videos that we have. So you can, I think D has put chapters in those already, but we need to get on to our Kubernetes, our GitOps, just things that me and Rod have talked about and Steve have talked about. We just need to pick up the pace so we can get there. Again, 200K is just my min. I have some friends there. And this is by next year. I have some friends that are trying to get people to 1 million by next year. And then I have other friends that are doing a $10 million challenge. So we're just I'm doing my part in that challenge, and we're just trying to create a pipeline to get people there.
Oh, and our meetups are virtual. Snuggles asked, "Where's the meetup?" Our meetups have been virtual for the last 5 years. So come on out.
Yeah, meetup.com/women in Linux. Sign up. The link is in there. We also talk about it in Slack as well too. We also post jobs and everything. So until next Saturday, y'all have fun. Be safe. Drink you some water. Yeah, 1 million, 10 million. Yeah, what? Yeah. We have those challenges, right? We have those challenges. Like, yeah, this is real. So, that's why I say I'd be at loss of words for some of the conversations that happen on YouTube. And I'm not knocking nobody because that's how they make their money. But I just be like, I don't. I don't understand those. But again, we will catch y'all next week. See you.